Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, October the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me and see my screen in the main room. Just waiting for thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room. I'll try to answer your question in a second, Shane, okay? Just give me a moment as I run through some of the things that are happening. Now, guys, I'm definitely watching this STEC. Obviously, I picked the wrong one. It should have been the ATNF. I actually scalped this one a couple of times this morning. I'm waiting to see if it can have a massive three break. Everybody today is looking for maybe today's drug. Okay. Drug went absolutely crazy. If you didn't see this one yesterday, look what it did in the after hours, even. It up to almost $60 after hours. No news. Okay. No news. It is still way above where it was 2 days ago. So we'll have to see what happens. Maybe drug has another move. I mean, it's down 11% now, but that's because it was up so much. So anyway, we'll have to keep an eye on that one. I thought maybe STEC, if it can take out three in a big way. ATNF, craziness, guys. You know what? I looked at their press release. So they're going to enter in the online gaming industry, and this is they used to be a bio, okay. They used to be a clinical stage biotech company, but now they're going to go into, so they're completely, I guess, getting out of this business and they're going to try to get into the online gaming business. And that's the reason for this pop. Super low float. VS, let's see. They are, after the company announced a $2.5 million investment and licensing agreement with Aspis. Okay. So that's the pop for VS. Huge. I mean, 260%. Lots of action this morning, guys. The small, I call them the small cap or the small nuclear reactor companies, OKLO. The one that just joined the fray, not so small, but look at Dominion Energy, D. Now they've got a huge float, and they popped. Maybe I'm wrong here. They remain. I thought this was part of the electric. Well, I may be wrong. I'm sorry, I may be wrong. I was lumping them in with the NNEs, the SMRs, and the OKLOs. OKLO, again, just continuation from yesterday. They actually had news yesterday, okay? The other ones did not have news. They actually had news yesterday. SMR and NNE did not, I don't believe, but now they're all ripping this morning. And, this is after hours. Google's nuclear deal points to a promising new group of stocks, et cetera. Read through that. Hmm. Completely sketchy play, Pella. Completely sketchy play, STA. But look at drug. You know, it's just a matter of can you find a way to get in it and hold a bit? That's all. And now it may not happen at all. Total gamble. Total gamble. Well, thank you. Okay, so I am right about D. I thought I saw a headline about D and small modular. You have to SM and R's. SM. Well, that's why SMR. Small modular nuke. SMR. I guess that's why they call themselves SMR. So on the downside, guys, Novavax just got a slap by the FDA. They put a clinical hold on their flu vaccines, etc. Okay, so that's Novavax just got slapped down. SYF. Let's see what this is doing now. SYF. This is for the financial. The financials have done extremely well so far. This is an earnings play, but the financials, those that have released, have done very well so far. SYF also doing very well, up 5%. That's a big float. Aspen. I saw Aspen earlier, that nowhere to be found now. Take a look at WVE. WVE also had some news. The first ever therapeutic RNA editing in humans with results. Okay, so first ever. And WVE is not a low float. It's out of China, or sorry, I'm sorry, excuse me, Singapore. Now, I did see SLRX. It did pop, and then this was the one that popped up yesterday, and it came right back down. I did see it earlier. Let's see if it's still what's it doing. Yeah, I did exactly the same thing as yesterday. If you recall, yesterday this popped. This is during market hours. It popped up and it came right back down. I mean, it's still up 15%, but it's a pretty tough one to trade, in my opinion. Well, it looks like the stack is not going to be the one. RPD, let me take a look at RPD. The reason I don't know how much volume there is. Yeah, RPD. So Jeffries has initiated coverage with a buy and a target of 50. Okay. So that is RPD. Yeah, pretty good volume, 102,000 shares already. Okay. Andromeda Strain. Great old movie. That's in our YouTube room. Shane, can you hear me? You're asking about an external link to multiple level twos on Lightspeed. Just waiting for Shane to answer. Well, it's not in interactive brokers. I know there's a way. I don't use interactive brokers to find the floats, though. I mean, just use ours. If you look at my single stock window right there, you can see I have float information. Okay, Penny. But there, if you were looking for if you're looking for another website, dilution tracker is what when we see a low float situation, I always like to do a check and draw on main room does it all the time also, just to see whether or not that low float is really correct. But I'm sure in interactive brokers, there's probably I just don't use it. I just don't use IV for that. I'm sure there must be some way to check the floats. Shane, I don't know if you're still around, so I'm trying to answer you, Shane Garza, in our YouTube room. I think I forgot to mention this BDRX. BDRX, this is up 110%. Yeah, it's on my list. BDRX is up 110%. And after the company announced it successfully appealed, also its delisting decision was granted a time extension. Okay. So it's not just about the share price. It must be other things going on, having to do filings and this and that. So yeah, I did see that news on STEC, Rich. ATNF. Well, you know what? They are aptly named. They've done a 180. They've done a 180 on what they do now. No longer are we a biotech. We are now in the gaming industry. Boy, it was a coin flip for me, which one I was going to really. I mean, I traded this SEC a couple of times over three. Okay, I didn't make much, but because you can see it didn't get that much over three, but I was really thinking, man, if it can hold three, it's because it's all nonsensical. Okay, listen, it's all nonsensical. This is nonsensical. Okay, let's take a look on and when I say nonsensical, I mean there's no fundamental reason for these things doing what they're doing. Now ATNF, let's take a look at ATNF. Where could it go on the monthly chart? Next high is 1572. Now I don't know if this ever got up to 136 really, or this is reverse split adjusted. I can't really remember. We're not talking about marrying at perfect circle. We're just trying to see if we can get a trade and get out. Okay, Shane. So let me try to understand. I'm just going to try to answer Shane quickly in our YouTube room. So you're talking about doing an external link to multiple L2s and Lightspeed. So first of all, can you establish a link with Lightspeed just in general? I'm not too many of us have Lightspeed anymore, but because we have the external linking tool. Now, I honestly don't know. You can try. I honestly don't know. For instance, I have Interactive Brokers, so I link to Interactive Brokers into my order entry. What you're asking is there within Interactive Brokers could I establish another link so to go somewhere else? I think that's what you're asking. I mean, I'm just using IB as an example. Well, I hear you. Yeah, they're going through. I'm trying to answer you right now. So again, the question is, can you link to Thinkorswim or not Thinkorswim, Lightspeed? Because I don't know. I don't know anymore whether or not and I'm talking about using the external linking tool, right? So here I am linked in Interactive Brokers, assuming you can link to Lightspeed. Now, could I establish another link in Interactive Brokers to a different area in Interactive Brokers? I'm not sure. I'm just using IB as an example, okay? If you're talking about Lightspeed, I think that's what you're talking about. And I link to several areas within Lightspeed using our linking tool. I think that's what you mean. No, I cannot see your response. Well, I can only if you're trying to post something, you can't, okay? If you're trying to post something, Shane, I can only see your text responses if that's what you're talking about. In YouTube, you cannot post. I'm sorry, you cannot paste links or anything like that. So if that's what you're trying to do, no, I can't see them. If you wanted to come into the main room, you can do that. I can show you how you can do that if you want, as I call it, the main room. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, you click on my homepage link, and right there, trading room. If you click on trading room, that'll get you into the main room. A lot more active, a lot more action in there, and you can also, you can post images and things like that if that's what you're trying to do. All right, guys. Time is it now? 9:13. So the market is pretty quiet so far. The SPY up just a little bit. Let me take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. Give me one moment. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. Sorry about that. So URA, as to be expected, uranium, the uranium ETF is flying today. Okay, that's a big. Take a look at the volume on it. Yeah, pretty good volume, 149,000 already. Okay. What I want to do is now take a look at XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. Look what it did yesterday. It closed just on top of that 200-day moving average. The other one I want to take a look at is retail, XRT. Those were the two that were very close. Actually, retail, even though it looked like surprised. I'm surprised that that actually ran away a little bit from the 200-day. Let's just for fun take a look at technology because it was the tech stock semis that really still take a look at SMH. I want to see SMH because it was really the semis that got, yeah, you can see on that ASML news yesterday. Okay. So again, Shane, what you can try to, you can just try it. Okay. I don't know. I don't have light speed, so it's hard. I cannot actually attempt it. Okay. But I'm assuming, again, what you mean is you want to use our external linking tool to link to two different areas, maybe your two L2s or something within Lightspeed. Just try it. See if you can do it. I cannot help you because I don't have Lightspeed and I've never tried to link to two different areas within my broker using the linking tool. So, but try it. Just try it. If try the linking tool, here I'm already linked. Okay. So if you're linked to Lightspeed and then add a link again and put it in another area and see if it does it? I really don't know. My sense is that no, but you can always try. Wow, okay, hello guys, just ripping here. So look at the monthly chart, and the high is well, not way up there. It's actually 1560. Look at the NNE though. I mean, if this gets running again, this was the one that really, really ran. Remember that month? The month of in June, it went from about $6 up to 37, pulled all the way back, almost right back down, and then so the high this month is up here around 20, and then there's SMR. Looks like that's the high, next high looking left. Hmm. Okay. Well, I guess this would be an all-time high up here, 17 for SMR. Not too far away. Any idea? Probably because if you're sometimes it's one of these. If you check your tree map, we'll check your what the tree map. I'm going to check to see what you're looking at. Okay, or what if you have. I took it out. Okay, so if you're using mine, just take a look to see in the configure if you've got the earnings per share. An EPS, okay, Mark. I used to have that and I got rid of it. EPS was a hack in order to not see ETFs and things like that. Okay, but sometimes it prevents stocks that we don't have any float information or some of these China stocks not to appear sometimes. So, okay, so when you go to your tree map, here's your tree map, and then uncheck show tree map. Then you'll see, then click on right click configure, and then check to see the filters that you're using. Again, if the EPS, earnings per share filter is used, you can get rid of it. Okay? And if you took it from me a long time ago, that's probably the reason. Okay. 1000%. Huh? ATNF. Boy, oh boy. It's crazy how this works. This was a coin flip for me between these two. And it flipped on the side of STEC. Now, I still have an alert set up here in the $3 level. Who knows? Maybe later on in the day. And it's all about drug, guys. Okay, I can almost guarantee that those who missed out drug yesterday are looking for one today. Now we don't. I doubt if we'll get one that's going to go to $60, but you never know. Good morning, IB11 in our YouTube room. What's this one doing? IFF. Whoa, look at this one. Just is starting out now, guys. Firefly Neuroscience. Ah, here we go. Keep an eye on this one, okay? Bright Minds, okay? Bright Minds Biosciences, okay? Now, look what this one is. Drug. Bright Minds Biosciences, okay? So definitely keep an eye on this one, the AIFF. This could be the one that traders look at, just because it's got this link with drug, DRUG. So on a weekly chart, the next high is 853 on a weekly chart. Now, as we speak, it's at 490. So the next high actually is 517. Stick an alert in that area. And it's a low float, 5 million in the float, Canadian company. Drug a Canadian company also? No. All right, guys. Now that STEC is creeping back up to three. STEC creeping back up to three. Here's another one that I haven't seen for a while. This PRQR uh, popping up now. PRQR. Don't see any news on it. Well, most brokers, Joe D, will trade the pre-market. Okay, you just have to. I can't think of a broker that won't trade the pre-market. Okay, Joe. You just have to enable pre-market trading. I'm hearing ALLR also. Yeah, ALLR. Another one. Man, what a day, guys! I mean, we're getting all these massive percentage moves in the pre-market. All right, guys, I want to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. So let me get rid of this layout. Save it as always. All right, guys. So, Joe, did you hear my I answer your question regarding? Ooh, there's the AIFF guys. Ooh, boy, I mean, this is just a matter of traders looking at this and going, okay, there's a little link to drug. Okay. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I may make an exception today, depending on what these crazy ones do, but typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. This bureau has been hanging around that $1 level for a while. It's a very active trader. I don't find it a great intraday trader, but Buru has been a very active trader. I mean, it's up 50% again, but got up to 129. But look what it's been doing over the last few days. And yesterday, I mean, it closed at 2 days ago. It was or 4 days ago, they got up to $1.50. Yesterday, it closed down here at 70 cents. All right, get the last bit of coffee in here. Ah, I missed it. I missed it. That was an expensive little last pour of coffee. I don't want to chase it now. I wanted it over five. I wanted to see if it took out five again, and boy, did it ever. Talking about the AIFF. But it might pull back. The VWAP is 551, so well, it did pull back. So you got to be awfully careful. I'm going to say it again, guys. If you take one of these low float situations, low float stocks, do not wander away from your computer even for 2 seconds. Okay, seriously. I know it sounds maybe you think I'm being overly dramatic, but I'm not. These things can drop just like that in seconds. They can move up quickly and they can move down even more quickly. Meanwhile, look at the market. Meanwhile, big red little bar being put in right now. Market is now basically flat. This is where it closed yesterday. No, we're open. Sorry, guys. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. All right. Well, I think that's probably it for STEC, guys. It just got halted on the way down. So, okay. And look at ATNF has pulled back a lot. Wow. Did that ever get that? What a pullback from 19 down to 11. See what I mean? APRE was halted on the way. Down, I guess. Okay. It had the pop and then it's been halted on the way down. APRE. Didn't see this in the pre market at all. All right. Well, now this one got halted on the way down. So, yes, it had the very, very quick pop. This one meaning AIFF. It did get halted on the way down now. So, lots of brutal action on these things. WISA, WISA. I know you guys were talking about that one. Drug just got halted on the way down. No, up. But halted on the way up. Yeah, Randy's at the top here. RANI, 17% move. Wow, look at this, 17% move since this race started. I'm going to go over all this in about half an hour. Okay, what you're seeing here. All right, United Airlines, guys. This is an earnings play. Didn't really talk about it too much. Well, didn't talk about it at all in the pre-market, but this is an earnings play, and this is moving higher right now. Look at this. What a move for United Airlines, UAL. Big, big, big move here for United Airlines, UAL. Now, with the market doing this, you would think that some of these things are going to fade. I mentioned this one in the pre-market, the PRQR. Don't see any news on this one. Ugh. Look, I mean, look how whippy this is. Look at the ATNF now, guys. I mean, it went, what did I say? It went up, got up to 19, came all the way back down to 1150, and now it's popped right back up to 1670 or so. So, again, that's how whippy these things are, can be. Your lithium play, guys. LAC, lithium play, LAC. All right, WVE. Look at this. It is continuing to move. So this one has not really pulled back much. Okay. They did have some news. First ever therapeutic RNA editing. Okay, in humans. Okay, with whatever they're trying to do. So that is WVE. And look at the volume, 2.4 million. Actually, it's a big float. 117 times normal right now. Okay. And remember, this is time of day sensitive. You can see some wild ratios at the beginning of the day, especially a stock that doesn't normally trade that much at the beginning. Quadruple U guys. So again, uranium plays are in vogue for sure. There's a quadruple U, through the 200-day moving average. Other uranium play, UEC. All right, guys. I don't know what's going on with this one. KRRO was halted at 52.44. Oh, look at this. KRRO. I don't know what they do. Development of genetic medicines. Okay, so KRRO. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Very low volume right now. Only 57,000 shares. Okay, drug just came out of its halt and actually started to move down. Okay. All right, AIFF just came out of its halt and moved down. Okay, so far nothing really shaking in a steady move for these high flyers. All right, well, STEC actually got halted now on the way up. Okay, it did get halted on the way up. Rocket Lab, RKLB. Look at this move here for Rocket Lab, RKLB. Excuse me, big area for it to try to take out. On the weekly chart, the next high is 1029, so it's right at that. Look at this weekly chart. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. PHIO, and looking left to me anyway. Too much resistance between the current price and 350. Want to see a lot more room for stock to move. So the market is basically flat right now. The SPY is down a little, Dow is up a little, Nas is down a little. The market is basically flat right now, though it's had the, though it's done this. Market was up, but now it's doing this. So we'll have to wait and see. Give it a little more time. 9:30. It's only 8 minutes in. Amps, guys. AMPS is on the move also. AMPS. Ooh, this has got some room. I think. Yeah, 444. 440. Now, I'm not saying it's getting there, okay? But 444 is the next high. 443 is the next high. Looking left on the weekly chart. So, not a low float. 77 million in the float. This is moving higher after the company announced. All right. So it's maybe looking to try to sell themselves. They've reaffirmed FY24 guidance. Okay. Strategic alternative. That's sort of maybe a buzzword. You know what? Somebody wants to take a run at this at a good price. We may be open. This is an earnings play, guys. PENG, Penguin Solutions. How can it be an earnings play? We have it as an earnings play. The reason I say how can it be an earnings play? It doesn't look like it's been trading very long, unless it's changed its symbol. Was another symbol before, and it turned into PENG. So United Airlines is obviously lifting Delta also. So let's take a look at Jets, JETS. So look, yeah. So here's the ETF for the airline industry, guys, and this is having a nice move today. United Airlines leading the way. Boy, this WVE just kept moving. Let's take a look at it on a monthly chart, see where it could go. A lot of shares available for me to short this one. 1.75 million at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it. I was just interested to see if it finally runs out of steam. I don't see. All right, give me a moment. Just want to do one thing. Man, oh man, look how active the halts resumes is already. We're only 10 minutes into the market. Where is that AIFF? Don't see it anymore. That's it's pretty tough, you know. This is up 43%, and it's not making it into the top six here of my stocks that are up the most. Not making it, even though it's up 43%, but it's not making it into this list. I do see this one, yeah, the Bone Biologic, that BBLG, yeah, Bone Biologics. So BBLG, probably a low float, yeah, 1.7 million in the float, up only 36%. On the month, well, let me get back to a weekly chart here. Where could it go before it hits any sort of resistance? So on the, well, in fact, look at that. Unfortunately, the 200-day moving average is just above it at 211 or so, 213. So that could be the resistance area for BBLG. Yeah, it doesn't look good either. Okay, so this blue screen you see here, I know I have to repeat every time because there are new people all the time. This blue screen you see here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is from Interactive Brokers. If you have Interactive Brokers, this is time and sales. That's showing the halt price. Here's the symbol, halt price. This column is showing you where it could open. It doesn't have to open at 415. No, this number will change usually over the course of. Usually they're 5-minute halts, but obviously this is going to be longer. If it's not 5 minutes, they're usually a multiple of five. So we'll look at 10. Got halted at what time? 9:30, 9:36. So 9:46 plus 13 seconds would be 10 minutes. We'll see if it opens then. But it doesn't look good. I mean, look at the potential open underneath the halt price. All right, guys, the PRQR could be interesting. It's just over the whole number three, and looking left on the monthly chart. Yeah, 331. 331 is the next high. Okay, 331 on the monthly chart. All right, STEC just open, guys, and it's still kind of close to $3. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be back in 1 minute. All right, I'm back. Look at this now, guys. Look at AT&F. AT&F is now really starting to drift down. No shorts available for me. Look at SMR. Boy, lots of action. So no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for AT&F. Okay, so what's the question exactly, Coach Chris? What about an indicator when the 13 SMA? We don't have that. We don't have an alert for that, if that's what you're asking. Okay, the 13 SMA crosses over the 30 SMA. We do not have an alert for that, if that's your question. All right, guys. Well, the PRQR is making a bit of a mockery out of me. It's shoot. I thought actually this might block it, but I don't know. I mean, well, there's the high looking right there, 329. So what did it get to? It got up to 332. So that's why I kind of held off. So Coach Chris, did you hear my answer to you? Look at that look at that PRQR. It's an why well, we saw it in the pre-market. I saw it, our AI picked it up. I just thought that this might block it a lot. I thought this 328 would be a real block, and not even close. Not even close. Look at this one move. Well, this is from our AI guys. We had an alert right there at 298, and that's a great percentage move. Hmm. Oh well. So SMR still has room, guys, on the monthly chart anyway to 17. Let me put back my weekly chart to see if that is visible. Not really. So 17 on the monthly chart anyway for SMR. I saw you guys talking about Wolf earlier. Yes, look at Wolf again. This has had a big week, really. $11 up to 15 or 16. It's pulled back a little bit, but yesterday's high was way up here at 1631 or so. Well, this is an all-time low, guys. So SVCO all-time low. I don't know what's going on with this one, but this is an all-time low, and it's down 30%. I don't see any news on this one. Got to be something going on. I don't see any news. I see now the news. After hours. This is it's not quite it's not an earnings play technically, but they're basically guiding lower. Okay, so it might as well be an earnings play. They don't actually release until November the 12th, but this is basically an earnings play now, and that's the reason. SVCO. This was not shortable for me. I do see this was an AI alert also to short. Yes, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No shorts available. Man, look at all these halts. Oh, MRM. Saw this one yesterday, guys. Remember that big move for MRM yesterday? So this is a continuation now. Took out yesterday's high like nothing, and it's now been halted. And look at the potential. Okay, 457 on the halt, 657, but you can see how this number is changing. You know, this is trying to show you a little glimpse into the future as to where it could open. Okay. And then again, blue screen, Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. In a low float, 2.9 million in the float. No, it looks good actually. 280. Okay. That's for the STEC. Casey asked, what is the time and sales? So there's your halt at 275. I mean, this could still do it. I mean, it could still do it. I mean, you know, it's up 600. I know it's up 615%, but I don't know. If it takes out three in a big way, it could get rocking again. Holy smokes. So look what happened. Yeah. So VS was a a short opportunity from our AI. It worked out. Well, if you had shorts, it was okay for a while. But look at this pop now for VS. I mean, again, guys, this is how whippy these low floats can be. 1.56 million is very low, very, very low. Yeah, they can move. They can move up very quickly and down as or more quickly. So you cannot wander away from your computer. I mean, you know, it doesn't take much for these things to move, does it? A $2.5 million investment in a licensing agreement with Aspis. So it doesn't take much. Well, guys, I mean, I do still have my price alert, a little over 3 for this one, for the STEC. Wow. I mean, it gets down to 463, and now it's at 711, and now it's halted VS. You're right, AIFF just got halted, yes. All I've done today, guys, is trade STEC in the pre-market a couple of times. Not for much. I was hoping it would, once it got over 3 a couple of times, and okay, guys, now there's STEC coming right back to 3. Very risky, okay? Horrible news for this company, but, all traders are looking at is this 641%. Ah, shoot, I didn't get it. It just got halted again. Well, we'll see. It just got halted again. It's just over 3 now. I wanted to see it. I was actually hoping to get into the 320s before I took it. Really clear 3, but we'll see what happens when it comes out of its halt. Well, this has been about as active a morning as I can remember. Yeah, AMSC, you're right. AMSC now. Look at these moves, guys. So this is, of course, a semi, I'm assuming. No, no. This megawatt scale power solution. So it's not a semiconductor. Sorry, I read that as semiconductor superconductor. Meanwhile, OKLO. Congrats, guys. I did not take it. Congrats. So we've definitely got a little disconnect in the market right now. Okay, we've got the Dow up, Nas is down, SPY is down a little. So we've got a bit of a disconnect in the market between the so-called value stocks versus there's another one versus growth stocks. Okay, this might be a laggard, guys. LTBR. Keep an eye on this one. This is another sort of in the same sector, okay, as SMR, NNE, OKLO. Same sector. This is definitely really lagged the sector. And that's LTBR. LTBR. And it's a real low flow, 13 mil. Well, compared to the other ones, I bet it is much lower. Let's take a look at SMR. Yeah, SMR's got 88 million. NNE has got, okay, NNE is low also, 17 million. But look at this, it pulled back. OKLO, can't remember what the float is for OKLO, 69 million. So yeah, so Light Ridge, LTBR is certainly a low float entry, 13 million in the float. So if you're looking for something that might piggyback with the rest of them, it's a lot cheaper and a lower float. This is an idea. Well, a more expensive one, guys, but whatever reason, DXCM is on the move here a little bit. The next high looking left on the daily chart is that's too close. I mean, look at that. It's 69 and it's at 68, 61 right now. That's too close for me. Meanwhile, VS just came out of its halt and very, very, very volatile. And now look at that. I mean, it got down to what, 642, and now it's right back. Can't even see it. 844 now. I wouldn't have thought this would be the one. I would have thought it would have been, well, maybe the STEC and maybe this AIFF, but this one is just, I mean, it's up 693% now and continuing to move higher. All right, guys, STEC is up. Okay, guys, STEC, wow, looks like it's going to halt on the way down now. It's still very, very, yeah, it is still very, very frothy. All right, well, let's see what happens when it comes out of this halt. Very whippy. Excuse me. Who's your broker, Isaiah? I have no shorts available for VS. Meanwhile, guys, I mean, if you're looking for a little more traditional play that was very good, look at United Airlines, UAL. UAL earnings play. Oh, look at the market. Look at something put a charge into the market now. Yeah, something put a charge into the market. I don't think there's anything happening at 10 o'clock in terms of news on the economic calendar. Even Warner Brothers is popping a bit here. Warner Brothers, WBD, the next high looking left is 791. If it can take that out, the next high is around 840. All right, AIFF just resumed, guys, and over four now. Well, briefly over four. And remember, they pumped out a little press release saying we're going to be doing something with drug. No, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. No, I am right. The brain. I got to read what they do. Artificial intelligence, brain. Well, this one just opened. I don't know what the heck's happening with this one. ARVN. Man, ARVN guys, look at the room this one has got. $29, $30 or so to the next high on the weekly chart. It just popped up. All right, BDRX was active this morning, and so it's pulled back, still up 73%. It is pulled back, and it just got halted on the way up. Okay, man, yeah, I got to be so careful, guys. I mean, look at these flyers now. AIFF now halted on the way down. VS halted on the way down. I didn't get an answer from you, Isaiah. Who's your broker that you can short? And now ATNF probably halted on the way down. Yeah, no, actually on the way up. It got halted on the way up after the pullback. Crazy action. And how about MRM? What did it do after it resumed through the 200-day moving average? So that's a good thing. Just waiting on this stack to see where it's going to open. It's going to be longer than I guess, a 5-minute hold. Yeah, Rajan. Sometimes it's one of these prints that happens. Okay. You used to see it on our. The question is, sometimes we get these really weird prints that look like new highs in the pre-market. We used to see it on the chart. Okay, and you see a huge tail up, and it was like one of these weird prints. If you want, you can just use the distance from the inside of the market filter, add that, and you'll get rid of those. But that is the reason. Yeah, it's use this filter. Let's see if I can find it for you. Configure, search, distance, DIST, distance inside the market. Okay, and make it so it's within the market. I don't know what percent to use, to be honest, but that's the filter to use, and then you won't get those prints. Chris knows. Meanwhile, wow, SMR continues to move here, guys. SMR, OKLO, SMR. Now this is getting close to an all-time high, guys. Look at that 95% green. That means it's almost at an all-time high. Well, I don't think it has anything to do with volume. I may be wrong, FinFan Forever. I think it's, how fast did it go? Like what price change in a period of time. I don't think it has that much. Well, I may be wrong, but I don't think it is volume so much. Well, guys, it's 10:11. I think I'll go over my homepage right now. And is this another one? Is this another one? NMRA? No, I thought it might have been a nuclear one of these nuclear stocks. NMRA. Well, interesting. It's breaking out now. It's had a nice little run on the daily chart. NMRA. All right, guys. I'm going to go over my homepage and the scans that you can have that I am currently sharing. Yeah, Cameco. Yeah, CCJ, the big uranium producer out of Saskatchewan. How's NN? I don't see NNE making new highs. Yeah, NNE is lagging, guys. I mean, it's up 6%, but look at SMR is just making high after high after high. Oh, I see stick opened and opened lower. So again, it's kind of, I guess I'll forget about it. BYRN, guys, BYRN. This just popped on my price alerts. Why? Look at this room. It's got 1932 on the weekly chart. Of course, not saying it's going to get there, but wow, so much action. Okay, guys, let me go over my homepage. Click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. First, I want to do one thing. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll see a way in which you can take out a subscription right up here. And as always, so here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use the code, my code. If you do, that'll help to keep these rooms free. It's that simple. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do in these 10 short videos is show you all the major aspects of Trade Ideas. Obviously, the download and install, first startup and login, getting down to here, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, two key elements of Trade Ideas. Excuse me. If you're new to trading, Trading 101. Get a lot of questions about, well, do you have any courses on trading? I don't want to call this exactly a course, but there are 38 videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, and it's all free. You can take a look at this series of videos. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Here is our education section. This is our user guide. So again, getting started, way more detail, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about stock racing. Okay, I'm gonna show you what the stock race is all about. Here's how you can create your own, okay, with your own set of parameters. You want to put price alerts on our charts. This is how you do it. And the other thing I'll go over is watch lists. If you want to create your own watch list of symbols you want to follow, here's how you do it. Obviously, more information is in the guide. You don't have to learn everything. Excuse me, getting started. Again, daily support. Not sure who's going to be in Wednesday today. Usually, yeah, I'm not sure who's going to be in today. I have to confirm, but I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders does take over for me. And yeah, I'll have to find out who it's going to be today. Okay. And if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section right here, here are my scans. Okay. So this race, biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. This halts resumes, which is in crazy active all day, right here. Relative strength leaders is here. Now, if you load this one, you're probably going to see 20 symbols. Okay. I've reduced it to 6. You can do whatever you want. And upside movers versus downside movers is here. I do have a couple of other scans that I have on my other monitor that I'd like to show you. Here's my momentum scan. You can see that it goes, very, very active scanner. This is another race that I'll go over. I mean, this is, you don't normally see big percentage moves in this race. Okay. So that just goes to show how active this SMR and ASTS is. Well, especially the SMR. I mean, I'm going to explain why the big difference between these two races. Okay. And then the other one I have on my other monitor is a gap continuation or reversal. Now you'll notice I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them all up and running, and neither should you. Okay. I just put a lot of scans in there. You can take a look at them. Maybe there's a scan that you like and you can use it. So what is trade ideas? Wow. Well, this is a great way to explain what trade ideas is all about. Okay. We are really, really good at real-time alerting. A lot of screening programs are out there. And of course, we do screen, but we take it to the next level with real-time alerts. Look at this SLRX. So why is this showing up here? If I right click and click on configure and click on summary. So this is an example, and I'm sharing this one, okay, on my homepage. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, okay? This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. Okay. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high of the day, we get a real-time alert. On that one, I'm not sure, Rajan. I'm not sure. Depends, I guess, what percent. I'm talking to Rajan in our YouTube room. I'm not sure. I don't use it, so I just, it happens sort of infrequently. We get these misprints. So I just choose not to use it. So I don't know. So anyway, sorry guys. So if all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get real-time alerts. That's why we're seeing SLRX right now at 212. You can see it's making a new high, new high, new high. Okay. And that's why we're seeing these, because SLRX meets all these filter requirements and is making a new high for the day. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. If you want to make some changes to it, of course you can. Maybe you don't like the price range or something else about it. Maybe you want to add a filter, you can do so. You want to build your own scan from scratch? Of course, you can do that too. Right at the very top, these are the real-time alerts that we've got, and the two most popular by far, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, all these icons represent real-time alerts. Okay. And if I keep scrolling down, these filters or these icons represent the filters that we have. So again, if you're seeing this for the first time, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Don't think, man, this is way too complicated. How am I supposed to learn them all? You don't have to. Okay. The reason there are so many is that, with thousands of customers that we've got and all the different trading styles, the company had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those filters so that the majority of our customers could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they want. But you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of the filters. I like a price range, minimum volume, things like that. Doesn't mean what I don't use is not good. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. That's all that means. Okay, guys. Now, yeah. So Jennifer, I mean, this money machine is still in the works. Okay. In essence, it still has to be tested. Okay, tested using our simulator, and then tested with real money, live money, and that has not happened yet. And I think they're trying for the beginning of the year, and there's a couple things you have to know about it. This will not be for everybody. First of all, you're going to have about $30,000 in your account, and you'll probably have to be using Alpaca as your broker because you have to have no commissions. Okay, so IB, for instance, is out of the question. You can't be trading with something with commissions. And the theory would be this: it'll take the top three in a top list window, and it'll take the trade immediately when one comes in, when it goes out, it gets out of the trade. When a new one comes in, it takes the trade. Okay, and that's why we have to test it. Okay, and you have to have probably going to have about $30,000 in your account because you could be trading 50 to 60 times a day based on that. Okay, you're in. Well, again, it's not available yet, but it certainly has to be tested. You see, and the reason we can't even test it yet in our simulator is because the developers have to figure out a way how to take these stocks, because these are topless in essence, and but how to take these stocks and then immediately sell when it drops off and get the next one immediately. And that's the challenge. Yeah, I don't know how it's going to work. I mean, I honestly don't know how it's going to work. Because they're in essence, like, I don't want to really talk too much about it. I know Dan keeps pumping out these emails, and that's fine, but we really don't know how it's going to work until we actually can at least get it into a simulator. But you can see that if you're going to rapidly trade, you have to have commission free, and that'll be Alpaca to start anyway. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, this is just what to say. I mean, what to say? I mean, this looked pretty bleak at the beginning. Well, bleak. I mean, it looked like okay, we're going to have a bit of a down day, perhaps, and then all of a sudden we have this candle at 10 o'clock. I didn't see anything on my economic calendar that I can attribute to this move. There must have been something though, and now it's taking out the pre-market highs. And OKLO continues to move here, guys. Man, this is, I think, another. This is Denison, I believe. Yeah, this is another uranium play, guys. Okay, another uranium play, Denison Mines, another big one out of Canada. DNN, cheap. My goodness, I thought it was $20, $2. I mean, that's a big company. It used to be a big company anyway. I don't understand this. It says I don't understand. It says the position and lifetime range is at 83%. So unless something has happened with this, a spin-off or 'cause I've known Denison Mines all my life. So, coach, is that about your 13 SMA crossing the 30 30 MA SMA? Is that in relation to? And you put this in the stocks only section, okay? We just don't have it. Sorry. This is the compare count window, okay, Jennifer. Basically, it takes two competing strategies. I could I could do this one, okay. This is momentum up, and I could create a sort of a reverse strategy called momentum down, using basically the same price range, all the same sort of filters, and what can be flipped will be flipped. So let me explain that. If I right click on this and duplicate it, and I duplicate it, okay. If I right click on the and click on configure, right click on it, click on configure. This is telling you what it's looking for, okay? So what can be flipped in this alert, in this scan, will be flipped. So what does that mean? Well, obviously you can flip new high to new low. You cannot flip a price range or current volume or all this, but you can flip the price was up 2%. You can flip down 2%. Okay. So watch what happens when I flip it. Click on flip, and now you see how these things are flipped. So I could have these two alert windows running side by side, or I could put them into something what we call a compare count window, and have them run off against each other, kind of. Which ones are moving? Like which one is producing more? If that makes sense. Okay, so you can see right now most of this is green, and that's all this was. It's just I mean I could excuse me, I could take a look at the scans themselves, but that's the principle of it. Okay. So in other words, I could break these are two alert windows that are in here competing against each other. Not these two. Not these two. And basically, all these every time you see something in green, it's made a new high, and something in red, it's made a new low. So it's just another way of presenting our data. Imagine I could have these two scans that are in here side by side like this, okay, side by side like this, or I could put these into a compare count window and get a ticker. So again, coach, I mean, I all I can tell you, if you're looking for this is what we have for RSI, okay? I mean, we may not have what you're looking for. It's I'm sorry. I mean, that's why when the company started, they tried to put a lot of these all these different alerts, real-time alerts, and all those filters in here. Okay. But obviously we don't have absolutely everything that that everybody wants. So if you're looking for RSI as an example, this is what we have for RSI. 1 minute, 2, 5, 15, 60, and daily. These are filters though. So if you could figure out a way to use what we do have, I know we don't have the 13 and we don't have the 30 SMA, okay? But this is what we do have for crosses. And maybe there's something that's, a little bit close that you can try. So if you type in SMA, these are the crosses that we do have and on the different time frames. But as you can see, we don't have the 13 SMA crossing the 30. Okay. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at this race here and the whole concept of racing. Oh, this is a crazy, crazy bunch of halts now for this STEC. Why did alt? Let's see if there's any news on it. PJ, not an earnings play. Nope, don't see any reason for it. An obesity drug, I guess, liver and obesity diseases, or yeah. So this is in the now, unless again, what's Lilly doing? Remember last week they said there was no undersupply of whatever this is, this GLP, and that caused Lilly to pop and the rest of them to drop. Let's take a look at Hims because I know Hims had a bit of a rally yesterday. Yeah, Hims is just kind of yeah. So I don't know specifically why ALT is doing what it's doing. Okay, guys. So the race. So what are you seeing here? I'm running a 4 minute race. Now remember, if you click on my homepage and click on the education section and then click on the guide, there's a whole section on stock racing, how you can set up your own stock race based on the parameters that you like, including the time frame you want. Okay. So I'm running 4 minute races. So we're already about a minute and a half into this race. What does this 9.74% mean? That means that since the race started, VS has moved 9.74%. Okay. Since the race started, that's up 37 cents. Okay. Since the race started. And notice that eventually there'll be a top 10 list that is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day in this particular race. So you can see the number one position is VS. It has won 5 races. Probably it's going to win its sixth race. PRQR 3, etc. Eventually there will be a top 10 list. That gives you some focus. If you just want to focus on these stocks that make it in that have won the most races over the course of the day, why not? Okay. Now, when you see what I would be doing, you don't have to wait, number one, for a stock to win a race before you click on the symbol. If it's up at the top here, click on it, see what it's doing. If it meets your trading style or plan, you might want to take the trade. You can also use, and you can click on OKLO. If it's in here, click on it, see what's happening. This can also be used for pullbacks. So, for instance, let's take a look at AT&F. So there's AT&F. Okay, so this is obviously pullback. If you're a bit of a VWAP player, here's the VWAP at 1032. So it is a little bit above the VWAP. It's pulled into it, kind of. A lot of people will look at the VWAP as a potential support area. It depends on your trading style, or maybe you've got a moving average on the chart that is pulled into, and you watch to see if it holds it. Okay, so that's how you can use, anything you see here could be also a pullback type play, or even in here could be a pullback type play. Click on the alert, click on anything you see and see what it's doing. Well, Curie's on the move here, guys. We saw this one yesterday. I remember talking about it a little bit, Curiosity Stream, but look what it did. I mean, it got up to 261 and it closed down here at 226. So it pulled all the way back. So if you're looking at this for the first time, your question should be, well, why are these stocks showing up? So watch what happens when I right click into the race. There's an option that says open top list, and here it is. Now look how many are in this top list. Probably can't even see them all. Okay. So all races start off from a top list window. Watch what happens when I right click on the top list window. Option launch real time stock race. So that's why I'm saying you can create your own top list window and want to run a race based on it. Okay. So what I want to see in this top list window, I right click and configure. So as long as the stock is between, just give me a moment. So as long as the stock is between $150 and the current volume is at least 200,000 shares, or the volume is at least 200, and it's up from 2% from yesterday's close, you're going to see this stock in this list, okay? In this big list of stocks. So how a person would use, and you can still use a top list like this, okay? But this is before we had races. This is how you could use a top list window. And again, you can still use it like this. As long as you have a column header, you can sort on any column. You can sort on any column header that you have. Okay. So for instance, I've got the change from the close percent. That is the change from yesterday's close at 4 o'clock. So VS is up 417%, PRQR 76%, etc. If I wanted to see the ones that are up the most from its opening trade of the day. So there's PRQR. It's up 56%. Just give me one moment. Okay, so if I want to see the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade of the day, this is the change from the open. Okay. So again, interesting to see these, I guess. What this does, because a lot of people say, well, I don't want to see the stock near the high of the day. I want to see maybe as it's getting going. Well, that's what the race can do for you. The race does not care. Here's Guru. Now, this probably is near the high of the day. Okay. Yeah, this is near, wow, near the high of the day is right at the high of the day. But it doesn't care if guru happens to be near the high of the day. All it cares about is what has moved the most in this huge list of stocks since the race started, percentage wise. So, for instance, what about Poet, okay, or Voyager, VYGR? It's up 10% from yesterday's close. What if all of a sudden, for some reason, it just started to move? It's up 12%, it's up 15%, it's up 20%. You will see it moving up this list, okay? Because it again, doesn't care whether it's starting from the very bottom of this list and making a move. All it cares about is what is moving the most percentage-wise, okay? And now you can see there is a top 10 list that has now been built. And look at this guru. I mean, this is a real crazy one, guys. I mean, 4 days ago, 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago, this got up to $1.48. I mentioned this in the pre-market, and then yesterday it got right back down to 60 cents, 79 cents, 69 cents, and now it's popping up again, and it's probably a low float. Sure, it is 2.7 million in the float. So that's that race. Okay, now there's the other race that I want to show you. So this race, typically, you're not going to see 10% moves in this one. Okay, and but notice there is a top 10 list that is automatically created for you also. So why will you not see big percentage moves typically in this one? The reason being is I added two filters. Still a pretty big list. Sometimes when I've done this, I only get about 15 or 20 stocks in here. But this is still a pretty big list. And what I did was I added two filters. I added has to be at least 500 million market cap and also 50 million minimum float. Just adding those two filters will prevent stocks usually from having big percentage moves. Now, that does not mean they're not great to trade. It just means that they're not as volatile as this race, which, as you have seen already, if you've been here from the beginning, stocks can move up, they can move down just as quickly or more quickly. I'm not saying these won't have moves at all, but usually you're just not going to see dramatic moves up or down as dramatic as in this race. Okay, and again, I am sharing this race. So, guys, again, this is and welcome to the room. I should I always forget to do this, but welcome to the room. If you're new, this is the format. I'm on the mic between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time. I usually knock off sometime between 2:30 and 3. I'm definitely leaving at 2:30 today. But the main room is maintained open, usually by William or draw until 4 o'clock or even later if there's some earnings plays that they want to see. Okay, so just because I'm gone, you can still come into the main room. I do have to shut down YouTube, but I'll always give the main room link before I do head out. And so those of you who are still in YouTube by the end of the day, you can head over to the main room. I think this is another. Yeah, here's another one, guys. LEU. They're all crawling out of the woodwork now. LEU. Actually, I thought this one. I was thinking of another one. I thought this was a super cheap one, but this is Centrus. Yes, I read about them. So another one, nuclear food, small. I don't know how small it is, but basically the buzzword is nuclear now. Okay, nuclear, nuclear, nuclear. See how URA is doing. Yeah, look at this. I mean, there's the ETF for uranium, man. Here's another uranium play, Uroy. I think somebody was mentioning PTLE. Ah, was this okay, five. So this is an IPO today. Thank you. I'm sure Draw mentioned it. $4. So it's a little bit above the IPO price. Okay. Shoot, where is it out of? Is it out of China or Singapore? I'll look it up. Singapore. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. So this could be interesting. Okay. This PTLA could be interesting. Highly risky. Meanwhile, who care? OKLO, unbelievable. And look at this market. Schizo. Look at this. I mean, way up now, falling down again. So again, what I was going to say after welcoming people to the room, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So if you have questions, don't be shy. All right. You're going to ask questions all day long, and I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to answer, but I will be able to direct you to the correct parties. I'll give you an email that you can send an email to. Okay. Fleur guys, FLR. You know, this is such a big, big, big company, big construction company, civil engineering. You want to build a dam? Oh, Fleur, Fleur. So when you say the race is real time or is it delay? I mean, it's almost real time. Okay, now if you're talking about when the race starts, it takes 30 seconds for the race to start. That's why I run a 4 minute race, and so you'll notice nothing happens until half a minute in, if that's what you're talking about. But it is, very very close, very very close. I mean, I'm looking, 1507. It's 1506, 1510 right now. So it's very very close. Push in our YouTube room. Again, an eye-catching press release from WVI. This is not the eye-catching part of it. This was it. The data is an historic first in human. Okay, that was the press release. Okay, for WVE, and that's what really gave it the pop. Okay, so here's another one, guys. So the Wang and Lee Group, WLGS. What do they do? But it's just below the VWAP, 306. So it's just a little bit below the VWAP. Okay, had a big pop up to about what 357, probably a low float. Other China stock, 3 million in the float. Speaking of China, what is China doing overall? Let's say I know I looked at KWeb early this morning, wanted to see what it was doing. Didn't look like it was doing much. I mean, it's up 2.5%. Okay, so after that huge run and the drop, kind of paced, but then a big drop yesterday. Okay, guys. So this PTI, this is not great. Okay, not great in that if the IPO was priced at 4 and it's still sort of hanging around the area. Great would be if it maybe opened at 6 and it was running a little bit 6, 7, but definitely over that 4 IPO price. Those are the ones that can get very, very crazy on the first day of trading. I don't know who asked the question, guys. Maybe nobody in the room, but there was a question. Yes, the answer is yes. The question really was: can you have too many alert windows? Can you have too many stocks coming at you all day long? Yes. I would probably get rid of a couple of these. What I'm trying to do, though, because I'm moderating a room, I'm trying to, keep it like keep the energy up all day long. So this particular scan right here, I mean, this is super super active. Okay, but especially if you're just starting out, I would probably only have maybe a couple of alert windows, maybe a race, and that's it. Okay, otherwise it's just too overwhelming. So yes, the answer is you can have way too many scans up and running. And when I started way back in 2010 as a subscriber to Trade Ideas, I think I had about 10 alert windows, probably about 10 top list windows, way too much information. And of course, the reason being is that you don't want to miss anything. You don't want to miss any sort of a setup. Well, unfortunately, you have to make, and I had to make some hard decisions. Which ones to get rid of. Otherwise, you'll just be clicking like mad and getting nothing done. Wow, there's the drug guys. Drug is now alive again. I know it's up 20%, but remember where it came from yesterday from 250. It's only down 20% because it went crazy, got closed up here. So let's take a look at that other one. If it is moving with it, let's see. I guess it did not win a race. Interesting. Well, you got to keep an eye on this one just in case, guys, because what they said was they came out and said that they've got some kind of a I don't know, a link with drug, like the company DRUG. Okay, a link with them. This is what I'm talking about. Collaborates with Bright Minds Biosciences to analyze data from positive phase one study, etc. Okay, I mean this is phase one. So they have a link with the company called Drug, and they both have 3.5 million in the float, and the other one had about the same, a little more, 5 million in the float. So I mean, this one, you never know. I mean, this one maybe be watching this one tomorrow. I mean, I don't know if it's going to do anything. I mean, it's up 24% now, but I don't know if it's going to do anything later on. But remember what happened with drug. We saw drug the day before. It wasn't yesterday. We saw it the day before. The day before yesterday, it was a 98-cent stock at the beginning, and it closed at 266. Tremendous move, right? Well, fails in to what it did yesterday. So speaking of drug, let's see where it could open. No, here's that KR. Yeah. I mean, here's that KRRO. And I don't think I've seen this one before. It got halted earlier. Crazy. Hard to believe, isn't it? Some of these moves. 92% move. And I actually don't see any news on it. There's got to be something, but I don't see any news on it. Low float, 9 million for a $79 stock. I don't see any news on it, but there's got to be something out there, I guess. And maybe somebody posted in the room and I, just missed it. I have not seen this one for a while. I remember seeing this all the time. Sangamo, SGMO, and it's just over $1 now. Meanwhile, this is showing up on my momentum scan. Okay, the KRRO, $83, and of course SMR over and over and over again. And something just got halted. So Buru again. See how hard this is to trade. Look at this Buru. I mean, it got up to 160 and collapses down to $1. You catch it in this area here, but it just does not want to sustain these gains. I'm not saying they have to keep ripping higher and higher, but not just give it all up almost completely. And now it's halted on the way down. All right, now Steck is halted on the way up. Okay, good grief. TG now. What's happening with this one? Never heard of this one before. Tredegar Corporation. Not very much volume. Very boring. They manufacture polyethylene, polyester, aluminum. Anybody from the UK here? Aluminium extrusions. So they have a drug that has similar effect as codeine. Codeine, okay, that's the reason for the drug for drug in doing what it's doing. Okay. Oh, news today. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. See if I can find that news. Oh, here we go. Okay. A proprietary compound demonstrated similar efficacy to morphine in preclinical pain models. Okay. I know I saw you posted something like that before about morphine. All right. Well, I guess that'll do it. Well, let's see where it could. Well, it opened, I guess, right? Yeah, it just resumed. So it didn't really pop. Drug it got hot. Well, in fact, it dropped a bit. It got halted at. Well, wait a minute. It got halted at 30.61, opened at 31.27, and now. But this is kind of what it was doing yesterday too. Massive, massive moves up or down, and then eventually all the way up. Yeah, PRQR is right back up, isn't it? I was thinking about it at three, but thinking about it doesn't count, does it? It pulled all the way back down. And watch, I do a daily video. Look at KRRO now at 92. I do a daily video, and so we had the alert at 298. Okay, from our AI. So, I mean, on that candle. So, I mean, if you got it around that area, it was wonderful. I mean, it got all the way up to almost four, great percentage move, traded out. But look what happened. It got back down to the alert price, and you could have taken it again or taken it for the first time. You think, man, I missed this. Well, not necessarily. Use it like a watch list. Use our AI like a watch list and track them all day long. Put price alerts. I mean, I should be practicing what I'm preaching. I should have had my price alert around 311, and I should be in this one. My excuse is that I'm today's a busy, busy, busy day. So much happening. You guys are lucky that you can just sit there and try to trade. Well, look at drug halted again. Boy, this has been ugly. Many, many halts for instance. You know what? Maybe I'll put a price alert around 240 or so. See if I can get running again for the STEC. I know I'm being stubborn on this one, but who is your broker, Mamba? Ah, there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I'm not sure I want to, but good luck. But there are shorts available, Interactive Brokers. Yeah, 82,000 available. I don't have the. Too conservative to try that, but good luck. Okay. All right. Watching this stack, STEC. Yeah, I think I'm going to pass 231, 232. I mean, insane volume, 46 million. I think, draw, did you not say they had like 4 million in the float or something for stack, STEC? Uh, looks like it's going to get halted again. 249, 250. It's stuck. Yeah, there you go. Ah, sugar. I was, yeah. Oh, well. It can get frustrating. Now look where it could open, guys. 288. Well, I'm going to keep an eye on it now on a three break. All right. Next, YYAI. YYAI. And the next high looking left is 622. So there is room. Oh, man. I was at, it's funny. I was trying to get it at 249. And then I noticed it wasn't moving. 249, 250, 249, 250. I thought, you know what? You're never going to get a fill. It's halted. It's going to get halted. Well, I haven't had a question about the VWAP add-on for a while. Basically, it gives you this. See if Market Explorer. You have access to all of these scans, okay? And what will happen is you will see that the VWAP is automatically drawn. Okay, so I mean, you got to understand. I mean, anchored VWAP. I mean, if you're interested in anchored VWAP, then these are all scans, and the VWAP is automatically drawn for you. Let's see if I can do one. I don't know if it's going to show up. Yeah, I might have to go to. I'm not sure where. Maybe you have to go to the channel. I don't use it. Okay, so that's why I'm anchored VWAP. Okay, so here are some scans. So yeah, so the when you click on an alert, the anchored the VWAP is automatically drawn. Okay, for you. That's kind of how it works. But you can if you click on the channel, here's an explanation about it. Okay. Now, if you click on the channel, you won't see any because you have to. It's a subscription. I think it's $50 a month. But you've got to know that you want to, you understand how to use anchored VWAPs and all. So if you click on the channel, you will get this little blurb that comes up. Okay, and that'll give you an idea about what it's all about. Okay, and I don't use it. It just doesn't suit my trading style. Okay, I mean, it doesn't mean it's bad. It's just It doesn't really suit my trading style. Okay, Chris is going to do it. Okay. So Chris will be in our YouTube room, guys, today at 4 o'clock at noon when I take my break between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Torty, I don't know. You'll have to. I think they're making a change again, so you can. But right now, I can't answer that. Okay, I know they made a change that they want you to actually talk to somebody, but I think they're making a change again back so you can do it yourself. But right now, trade-ideas.com, info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, and ask whatever question you want in terms of your account. Give me a moment. Well, look at SMR now, guys, all-time high. SMR all-time high. I know there's some at Trade Ideas who have had this one. Now, I could never have been holding. I mean, because it has been fairly whippy. Not that long ago, got down to $7, but now we're up to 18. Yeah, I know Steve likes it a lot. I just don't know. I know he's sort of traded around it a bit. NNE, guys, NNE. Let's take a look at NNE to see if it's lagging. Kind of lagging, I mean, it is kind of lagging. I mean, it's not as, what is it up? Well, 11%. Let me take a look at this some more before I say that. Yeah, I mean, SMR is up 33%. So NNE is lagging, both OKLO and SMR. Small modular reactor. That's why they're calling themselves SMR. So small modular nuclear reactor. That is the segment. Okay, DT. So before I continue, can you hear me and see what I'm going to do? Question, how do I add the RIPSR indicator? Oops, do I have it up? You're talking about this, the cloud. Okay. All right. First thing I have to ask you to do is check to see what build you're on. Okay. So if you click on help and about, it's going to tell you what build you're on. You have to be on the beta, the latest beta, which is 5.6.101. Okay. I'm on a development version. That's why it says 103. So please, all you have to do is click on help and about. Okay, good. So next step is this. I right click. You have to then check use browser interface. Okay. If you once you check that, then you're going to have an option in this, where it says buy sell. You're going to have an option here that says FX, and when you click on FX, notice TradeWave is down there. Okay, you click on TradeWave, and then give it a few seconds. It may not be instantaneous, but then you'll start to see these cloud formations, and sometimes you'll get a little buy or a sell. Okay, so let me know if that worked for you, DT, and then Charlie, I'll try to attempt to answer your question. I'm just waiting for you to let me know if that worked, DT. Again, just right click on the chart, use browser interface has to be checked. FX should appear then in this line. Click on FX and then trade wave. That I'm not sure of. Oh, the cloud itself? The cloud itself? Um, Give me a moment. I don't change anything to say. I just leave it the way it is. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I know there's a way. I don't know if it's one of these icons here. Maybe Pepe knows, but I can't remember how to change these settings. I thought there was an icon here that looked at the cloud. Yeah, I know. I know you can change them. If you actually go right to the channel, yeah, I just can't remember how to change. I don't even see the cloud on here. Oh, Pepe, thank you, Pepe. FX and then the slider icon. Okay, FX and the slider. Oh, right over here, the little slider here. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, how do I set up the consistent trade ideas? I opened up Holly AI Trade this morning, but there's been no more action. I need overall help and understanding how to take advantage. Well, there's no, first of all, Charlie, I'm talking to Charlie in our YouTube room. What sort of a trading experience do you have? Okay. That's my first question to you. The AI is not a magic, like I'm not a magic money machine. Okay. You get the alerts. It's like a watch list. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay. But it requires that you have some trading background. So I have to know, like, do you have any trading background at all? You understand how to look at charts and what they're telling you. Charlie, can you hear me? All right. Well, so for instance, like I said earlier, okay, with the PRQR, you treat this like a watch list. Watch them all day long. What I said earlier about PRQR, you had an alert at 9:40. You have the alert right there. You can. It's maybe hard to see, but there's a blue arrow, and the alert was at 298. Now, if you missed it the first time, now you would have to make up your mind. Is this something you would want to trade? Okay, it's not just pile into the trade just because it was from our AI. Now, if you like the trade, and you've taken it, say even if you allowed it to break over three, I mean, it got up to almost four before it pulled back. But look what happened later on. It pulled back right back to that alert price, and you could have, if you missed it the first time, you could have taken it just over three again, and this time it ran up to 369 as an example. Okay, so there's no magic formula how to use the AI. You're going to get the alerts, and some of them are going to make sense to your trading style. Some of them will not. I'd love to be able to say just take every alert and wait to the end of the day and get out of them, but that's not the way it works. So it's like anything I'm seeing here. You're going to hear me say all the time. I click on an alert. First thing I do, I look left on a daily chart. I look left on a weekly chart. I want to see what sort of room it has to keep running before it hits the next high, either on the daily or the weekly. And then I can say to myself, okay, well, it's got some room. But am I going to take a trade that's been very kind of parabolic? Probably not right now. But maybe it pulls back a little bit or settles here for a while. Maybe. In that case, I'd probably put a price alert above the high, see if it takes out the high on some volume, and then take the trade. But you can see that's my style of trading, of course. And that's how I approach the AI the same way. It's it is all it is. It's a watch list that's generated all day long. Of course, well, not quite all day long. Normally, typically, I would say you're not going to get too many alerts after 11 o'clock Eastern time. The earliest alert usually is 9:40 Eastern time, and then you don't typically get too many after 11 o'clock. But here's VS as an example. Now I know it was indicated as a short, but I mean, this one you never know. I mean, you could maybe even go long this one later on if it takes out this area right here. As a watch list, I'd be watching this one because just because the AI said, well, let's go short this, it doesn't necessarily mean it. For me, it's just directing you to stocks that are active. The WVE. You had all sorts of time to get into this one if you wanted. You had the alert right here at 1433. It pulled back a little bit, took it out again, got up to 1534. I mean, that's a great move, right? Now, how you're going to trade it is going to be up to you, though. Just looking at some of the AI alerts that we've had. So probably not the answer you want. Okay, I know the answer you want is well, just take every trade and hold on. But unfortunately, that's just not the answer. Boy, look at United Airlines. I mean, it had a little bit of a pullback, but it's still very, very strong. Earnings play really had no big pullback at all. I mean, it had romped in the pre-market. Market open at 9:30. Big candle, big bar. and just a minor little pullback, and it's continuing to go. Boy, this thing is just getting halted left and right, and to me, not in huge moves, but it's SDEC. Well, I got my Chrysler way up here at 309. We'll see if it happens later on in the day. Now, Charlie, when did you open it? Again, as I'm trying to say, also again, if you just opened it, just because there's no new alerts, I guess is what I'm really trying to say. Just because there's no new alerts, the last one was at 11:18, doesn't mean you can't follow these all day long. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. Just give me a moment. I'll be back in about a minute. Guys, sorry about that. Okay, so you took the Duo Trade Alert. Well, again, I'm still not. You have to have some kind of a trading plan, Charlie. Okay, I mean, it's Trade Ideas is called Trade Ideas because it generates ideas. These ideas that I see here are things that I wouldn't mind seeing. I'm a momentum trader. I like to see stock near the high or the low of the day. But just because I have an alert or something shows up doesn't mean I just automatically trade it. Okay, I'm always looking left. If I like all these stocks down here, CCJ and these in the momentum scan, they're all at the high of the day. And now, if they're at the high of the day and maybe just before it, they kind of consolidated a little bit and then broke out, it becomes something I'm probably going to get interested in. But that's my trading style. So when you say what effective strategies could you set up and stick to, you have to, what I would be doing is probably using our simulator and practicing like ideas. Like maybe you're more of a pullback trader. Maybe that's what you want to be. If you're just starting out though, you don't necessarily know what style of trader you are, whether or not you want to be a momentum trader or a pullback trader, bottom fisher, so it's hard for me to answer a question like that because you have to have some kind of a trading plan. So can you see how it's an impossible question for me to answer? What effective strategies could I set up and stick to? I am sharing a lot of scans that you can take a look at, But again, it really depends on your trading style. But I can show you the scans that I've got, and you can take a look at them, some of them, okay? Excuse me. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link and scrolling down, here are the scans that I'm sharing. But again, these are things that I like to see. They may not be what you want to see. Daily reversals, these are stocks that were up one day and then down the next, or the reverse, down one day and then up the next, as an example. Okay, gap plays, continuation or reversal plays, bouncers and toppers, stocks that are really went parabolic and then maybe they're ready to drop, or stocks that really got hit hard and maybe they're ready to bounce. Okay, so I mean, I've got sort of different styles in here. I don't have them all up and running myself, though. The reason I put so many in here is that, there are different trading styles. And that's why I try to create a few different types of styles that you can take a look at. Yeah, well, intraday trading is certainly, it's a different animal, isn't it? It can be very exciting, but you've got to understand. Well, you say you have to understand what you're looking at, of course, on a chart. And that's why I've got, even though I'm an intraday trader, the daily and the weekly chart are so important to me because I have to be able to see where is the next high if I'm going to take a trade that's already sort of at the high of the day, today's high. Well, I want to see, well, where is the next high on the daily chart? Where could it go to until it hits that? Because that could be resistance. If I don't see it on the daily, then I look on the weekly. Well, I mean, look at OKLO as an example. I'll just use this as an example. OKLO, if you look left on the daily chart, you can't even see the next high, right? And this has been, so it had a little bit of a pullback. Super active stock. If you're familiar with what's going on in this small modular reactor sector. But so now I look on the weekly chart, I can't see anything. So now I'm going to look at the monthly chart. And so look at this. The next high in the monthly chart is, look what it got to today. It got up to 1589 and the high in the monthly chart is 1570. So you can kind of see if it takes out that high again, maybe it really gets running. Now this started trading, that's as an example, okay? SMR right now is a lifetime high. So SMR right now is a lifetime high, okay? So it's basing, if it took a pop again out of this little base, well, there's nothing stopping it from moving. Okay, it doesn't mean it's going to continue to move, of course, but there's certainly nothing stopping it. There's nothing on the chart that's going to stop it. Now, it has run 35%, so you would think maybe there's going to be some profit taking coming in, but at this point, it's basing a little bit on the 5-minute chart, but this is a lifetime high, so there's nothing to see looking left, as an example. Here's band as an example. Okay. Now I have a monthly chart. Let me get back to a weekly chart. Yeah. I mean, look at band. This is a great example, perhaps. You can kind of see, I mean, I'm not going to take it now, but you can see, look at the weekly high right there, 1817. If it takes that out at some point, may not happen today, it may never happen. But what I like to do, I'll put a price alert right there, okay? Because look what happens if it does. The next high in the weekly chart is way up here, almost $24, okay? Now, it may not happen today, and again, it may not happen at all. But now I'm set up. Now I don't have to stare at this chart anymore. I put a price alert. And, if it ever triggers, I'll know about it. All right, guys, getting close to my break time, about 20 minutes. Chris is going to take over for me in our YouTube room. Yeah, it could. Exactly, Chris, Charlie. Yeah, it could. If it takes out that high on that weekly chart, then, you look left and it's got a ton of room that could keep moving until it hits that next high. Doesn't mean it's going to, but what I try to do when I trade, I try my number one goal is really taking chart resistance out of the equation as the reason why a stock won't keep going higher. That's kind of my number one. Now, a lot of other reasons why it won't keep going higher, but I like to take out chart resistance as one of them. But again, I have to, reiterate that's my trading style. It doesn't have to be your trading style. And if what I would do because you're not used to intraday trading, we have a simulator that you can try trading. Okay, if you click on new and then brokerage plus, and this is to anybody out there. Before I would start to trade with live money, I would use this. Okay, this is our real-time simulator. All you need is our standard service. You click on new from the toolbar, click on brokerage plus. This window will show up. I mean, it's more than likely it'll say not connected. Okay. You might have different column headers, but this is the gist of it. And all you have to do is underneath brokerage plus, there's a option that says sim for simulation. Click on sim. That should turn to paper trading. Now you can practice trading using our real-time data. So let's say I wanted to take VSME. I click on VSME. It shows up here. I can pick how many shares I want, or I can type in the amount. Let's just do 500 shares, buy it, send it, done. Now I'm in. Now I can see. Now I can practice trading. And I want to get out of the trade. I just highlight it and flatten it. I think it's very important to practice trading before you commit money to the market. All right, sorry about that, guys. I had a water went down the wrong way. SAIH. Okay. Question was, where could this open? Again, this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So there's you can't see the symbol, but it is SAIH. There's the halt price, 127, and potential open a little bit under. Okay. Now, this doesn't have to hold, of course, but, and it got halted at what time? 11:40. So 11:40 plus 26 seconds. So typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it is, it'll open at 11:45 plus 26 seconds. Yeah, this one, I mean, this again, later on in the day, this could get interesting, guys. Now, the only problem is it got up to 773 and it has pulled back almost half of that. So that's the only, I wish it had maybe, held in the 5 level. And then later on in the day, we get some volume coming in and it pops it up. And again, it's all because of the drug, DRUG, the stock drug. There's some kind of a collaboration with them. Well, I should have just held this one. This is the one I took 2 days ago, 3 days ago. What a nice move. This is for the ALIR. Now look at this. So look at this. 1595 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. It's actually at 1599 right now. So if it takes this out, the next high on the weekly chart is 2327. So there's another example chart. I'm not saying I'm going to take this trade right now, but it certainly becomes quite interesting, doesn't it? Because look at all the room it's got. It's had a great week. Now, I see this one got halted, right? QNRX. Yeah, QNRX got halted on the way up. Lots and lots of action, lots of stocks being halted left and right. It depends on what you there's no right or wrong, okay? Learn you. There's no right or wrong in this relative strength leaders. This is just a drop down menu. If you've got it on descending, then it's probably the change from 5 minutes. Okay. It's probably the change from the close should be ascending or descending. I'm sorry. So the top one will be at the top. Well, the one, excuse me, the one that's up the most will be at the top in descending order now. Okay. They should all say descending. Well, okay. So again, Charlie, I'm not a financial advisor. I have to be careful what I say, of course. I never anticipate something is going to break out. Okay. I always wait for the break. Some don't mind maybe anticipating it's going to break out, but I always wait for the break. Okay. So this should have said descending. I'm not sure why it said ascending before the renew. Okay. Bottom line is you should see the ones that are up the most at the top here in descending order. Okay. See, it's all about which one were we talking about? So we were talking about this one, the AALR, right? So I mean, I mean, it looks really good. I mean, now it's over that 16, or we were talking about another one, right? That hadn't quite broken through on the weekly. Give me one moment. All right. Well, I took it. Okay. I thought you were talking about another one. Okay, that hadn't quite broken out through the weekly. Now it's got a. I don't like the spread, but we'll see what happens on it now. But I'm not telling you to take it. All right, guys, 11:48. Again, I'll be taking my break very soon. Chris will be relieving me in about 10 minutes or so. Just need that bid to catch up to the ask a bit. And I'm talking about the excuse me, ALAR. What do they even do? Alarum. Zero Trust Access Solutions. Okay. In other words, I trust nobody. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do now for our main room, I'm going to put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Chris when he shows up. Wow, that popped up to 147. SAIH. So look at this one. I mean, this one came from what? 52 cents. Yeah, 54 cents today. So basically a triple. And now halted. Wow, halted on the way up again. What a so this is a crypto play, guys. It is a crypto play. 171%. So the float is 13.6. So it's traded 10. This will easily trade the float today. I thought you were talking about Band, Charlie. So you can see how Band is still just made another new high, and but I don't anticipate it's going to take that out. Oh, why is BlackBerry? What's BlackBerry doing? Halted on news, guys. Halted on news. Remember, they don't sell phones anymore, but they're a software company. So the graph, I don't really pay attention to the graph, learn you. Really, I just pay attention to this. What this cylinder is telling you is 87% of the stocks that have come by, tickers that have come by here, have been green. That's what the 87% is. The ticker is just showing you new highs. When it's green, new high of the day. When it's red, new low of the day. Okay, that's what the ticker means. And I'm sure this is just some kind of a rate, alerts per second. Okay, that's what this graph is. So on the green side, these are the alerts percent. I don't really pay attention to it. Okay, all I care about is what the tickers are. Okay, and these are like new highs of the day. When it's green, new lows of the day when it's a red. Okay, and you can see how this graph sort of spikes up. So the rapidity is basically just the rapidity, like how many are showing up. Is it a steady line ticker? And in which case that green line will pop up. Okay. I don't really pay that much attention to it in terms of the graph. I just pay attention to the tickers that are coming through. Okay. It's real time. Well, the ticker, I mean, it's, and well, NNE is making another new high of the day. Okay. There it is. So there's NNE. LRN just made another new low of the day. So it's, basically real time. Okay. Every time you see a stock, every time you see the ticker here is basically these are making new lows or new highs of the day. If it's green, new high of the day, red, new low of the day. When the ticker appears right now. So there's learn as an example. Okay. Wow. Look at QNRX now, guys. Another one that just ripped higher here. These low floaters on the move. 5 million. Okay, guys, 11:56. So I am going to put my announcement up. Chris should be showing up pretty soon. Okay, back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Man, oh man. So, okay, so you got out. Good. You got out before the halt, Todd. It just got halted, right? So you got out just before the halt? 39%, guys. Look at that move. 39%. That's why I'm saying, this is a very volatile race. You're typically not going to get this is a lot less volatile. Not bad. I mean, it doesn't mean these are bad to trade. It just means that, you're not going to get the huge percentage moves during the course of the race typically, but these can be a lot. I don't want to use the term easier, but I will. Maybe easier, especially if you're starting out. Yes, it did just jump. All about fish in our YouTube room. Yeah, it did just jump. I mean, it's been jumping, jumping, jumping. It's funny because there was really, well, I guess I'm a little bit wrong. 9 o'clock, there was a little bit of action. By the time I had created the list of stocks that I was kind of paying attention to, this hadn't done anything. Because I get on the mic at 9, so this hadn't done anything until 9 o'clock. And well, yeah, let's take a look at the monthly chart. Where could it keep going? I mean, it's obviously too parabolic to take it now. Plus, you can't do it right now anyway. But look at the monthly chart. I mean, it's $6. Did it have any news? I don't see any news on this one. But look at the volume: 37 million, 5 million in the float. Traded the float 7.5 times. And there is a little pop that I love to hear. So I think Chris is in our YouTube room right now, guys. So I'm going to put myself on mute right now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And I'm hopefully going to introduce Christopher Varley to our YouTube room. Am I right? All right. Excellent. Thank you, Chris, for again stepping in.
Of course. You got it. All right. I made the swap if you want to get to it and take your break.
Yeah, I've got a few things I have to do. So yeah, it's right on noon. So see you in about an hour, Chris.
Sounds good. We'll be here. Thanks, Barry.
Okay, bye.
So, all right, everybody. Barry making his way to a break. And you're getting me for a semi-double dose here on this week. I was beginning to fill in for Michael yesterday. He was having some technical difficulties with his microphone. He was able to get that resolved, luckily, and came back in. Of course, I was here Monday, so as usual, no pre-done content on this. Is open forum. Questions you have to ask or what will drive this content. As per usual, I will do my best to keep it educational and informative, should you all give me the silent treatment with no questions. With that said, of course, floor is open. I see Charlie creates a relationship with volume and float. If you could be a little more specific what you're looking for about volume and float, and I'll do my best to answer that. I mean, they have correlations, but depending on what where you're headed with that question would be what those correlations are exactly. You just elaborate a little more on what you are looking to understand as far as volume and float goes. I'll do my best to assist with that. And while I wait for you to throw that in there for me, OKLO, I saw Barry had it up on his chart and it's coming across here, and want a race or two for me, but it does not look like it is on the top 10 winners here. It's not even the last winner. Okay, so he was talking about OKLO. So I mean, you've got a 69 million float there. You know, people that are larger institutional folks will tell you that's a small float. Retail traders like myself or Barry will probably tell you that's not a large float, but it's not a small float either. You know, sitting there at 69 million. And, you know, it's one of those tough things because you've got, you know, a stock like, let's bring up Apple. Right. You've got 15 billion in the float for Apple, right? You know, that's pretty freaking wild. And then you've got something like, I don't know, I'm sure I can find something ridiculously small here. Yeah, 50 million. There we go. VS 1.6 million. So you've got Apple at 15 plus billion. You've got this stock at 1.5 million, right? For those floats. So, you know, this is just the amount of shares that there are traded, and volume, you know, depending on the buy, sell, and sell side of it, you know, drives the price, obviously. And the smaller the float, the more that price can become volatile and driven. So again, you've got a stock like OKLO, and not exactly a large, you know, it's not a large float, but certainly not a small. It's not a small float, but it's certainly not a large float. You know, in all reality, you start to have volume come into the buy side, and you know you get this going on here like that. So, you know, two other ways to think about float. Both of these are paraphrased and stolen from Barry, just so I give credit where credit is always due. If you think about you're in the ocean and you've got that giant ocean tanker and you're trying to make a turn with it, right? It takes time to get that vehicle to turn in that water like that, right? It's not something you just turn all willy-nilly like, versus a little speedboat. You whip it all around the ocean like nothing. Well, think of Apple as the big tanker. Think of OKLO, maybe not necessarily the smallest of speedboats, but a fairly small boat in the ocean that can really kind of turn more at will than Apple would. The second one is the cul-de-sac. You live in a cul-de-sac, you've got a house for sale. You're the only one with a house for sale there. It's a neighborhood that's in high demand or desire. And, you know, price dictates exactly where things are going, right? Or excuse me, supply and demand dictates where price is going. So when you're the only person on the street that's got the house for sale and you got 10 people that want to buy it, and have yourself a bidding war and driving that price up. Same idea with that smaller float, versus all of a sudden now you've got 10 people looking to buy houses on that street and that cul-de-sac, whatever it is, and you've got 20 houses for sale. It's a completely different story. The price, the demand isn't driving the price the same way as that. So now I'm paraphrasing those things. So if Barry's listening, please forgive me that I butchered all that. But more than less, that is float and some relation to volume. All about fish. How do I find AI signals on Trade Ideas Premium subscription? All right, so hopefully you are in our download software, our Windows download, and you've got a menu bar that will look like this, and you're going to go New, Premium AI Strategy Trades window. It's the second one down here that says Premium. You'll open that, and you'll get a window that looks something in the ballpark of this. Mine is adjusted to look the way I like it to look. Get rid of that now because I've got one here anyways. And that is Holly. That's the Holly alerts. There's filters here. You know, you may, I think it comes defaulted to only show the profitable trades to, you know, keep you more narrow focused and keep the losers out of sight. I bring them all in here like this. You're welcome to do that however you like. Some people only want to see the long, some only want to see the short, some want open, closed, you know, so on and so forth. So I'll leave that up to you, of course. And if you right click in the window here, you'll get columns. The right side is the master bank of columns, all the columns you could add. The left side is what you're displaying, and you would click on a column and move it from right to left to display it. And so there's different data points for this that you can see. I've got you know, a series of columns here. Stop price, max profit was. What that determines the max profit, and I had it up here, but I don't, share size. That's based on something called our AI trade size. If you go to tools, options, AI trade size, and you can, excuse me, you can adjust that here, whether you want to buy X amount of dollars of worth of stock, X amount of shares worth of stock, or you're risking based on the stop loss, meaning that if the stop gets hit, buy me enough shares that I'd only lose, in this case, $100. You could change it to, $1,000, or you can change it to $250, whatever you want to change it to like that. That's the real short and skinny on the AI. If you have other AI questions, cancel. Yes, I want to discard changes. All right, if you have other specific AI questions, please let me know. Happy to answer those, but that's the quick overview of Holly. Do I have any portal where you can see? No, there's no place where people generally share their stuff like that. Your best bet is in the traders room, but there's no public forum for people sharing scans and layouts or anything like that. If you, excuse me, see anything that we personally have here that you want, we're always happy to share anything. Myself or Michael or Steve or Andy or whoever. We're always happy to share anything that you see there. That was a good analogy. All right, I'm glad that helped, Charlie. And if you have other questions about that, let me know. I'm not an expert on these things, but I have a reasonable understanding of a lot of it anyways. So is automated AI driven trade available using, there is no automation of Holly at all. None, zero, zilch. And we do not directly connect with Thinkorswim. We only directly connect with Alpaca, Interactive Brokers, and E-Trade. But there is no automation of Holly in any way, shape, matter, or form. Sorry. So, all right, we've got some good questions coming in here. Keep those coming, folks. Don't be shy. Continue firing those away for me. And we continue to see OKLO really making its way. One other thing I'd throw out there with OKLO is you've got what looks like to be 12.35% of the float held short. So that might be putting a bit of a squeeze on these folks. I don't know if this was a symbol change or de-SPACing or what, but based on what we can see for historical data, it's in lifetime high territory. So interestingly enough, that says 1880. I can't go back on the chart here, so I'm guessing this is because of a de-SPACing or something like that. So what I would say is that you've got, anybody that was short this thing, essentially, because I doubt anybody shorted it back here in June is holding it all the way anyways. They're shorting it somewhere back in these areas here, I would be comfortable saying, and they are very underwater right now on this in their short position. No, there's no automation of the trade wave. Automation is only for strategies you create with an alert window. So, the general path to automation is as follows. New alert window, and then you come up with an idea that you want to create with that alert window, and then you back test it and optimize it. And if you think it's worthy of automation, you'd move it over into the simulator to simulate it for a little while. And should it look all right in the simulator, because there are things that cannot be simulated, you then move it over to IBKR, E-Trade, or Alpaca, and then simulate it from, or not, excuse me, simulate it. You would then go live from there. I'd always suggest when you first go live, small share sizes to see how and if and all that with it working. And should that all pan out well, then adjust your share size accordingly. Are there automated alerts? I mean, there's no bot that you can just plug in and make money with if that's what you're looking for. I know we have this money machine set of emails going out and things like that. If people are going to refer to any of that stuff like that, it still needs to be tested internally, both in our simulator and then live testing. So while it looks promising and we're very hopeful of it, It is in a view mode only, and we have no other data on it at this point to share as far as its viability and automation. So at this point, as I would tell anybody else, there is no such thing as a bot. You can just plug in and make money within the stock market. If there was, the stock market would be easy. Everybody would do it, and we would all be rich. No, you cannot create alerts based on the trade wave. The trade wave has to do with an EMA, a set of EMA clouds and crossovers. We do not have EMAs as a data point for scanning with this part of the software here. Just in that chart, in the chart, we're able to do that. So that's the only place that it would live. So, eventually, let me just open something here from cloud. And let me find something here. All right, here's a scan that I had an idea about that I was going to try to, like everybody else, I'd love to have an automated strategy that I can run alongside my discretionary trading. I give it a shot now and again. The back testing usually goes okay at some point, and then it falls apart afterwards. It doesn't forward test well. So, but here's, a scan that I attempted to create. Let's see here. What did I do? What's this? All right. So we're looking at stocks between $4 and $50. I decided had to trade at least 500,000 shares on the day. Have a max spread of 7 cents because you don't want automation to be too spready. ADX at 41, trying to find stocks that are the trend is strong. And then I used VWAP to indicate that trend is up. I used the anchored VWAPs here along with today's. And I plugged something in here about it can only be down X amount for the day. The NASDAQ can only be down X amount for the day to get any alert. So that was the idea that I had here essentially. And then I can run a back test on it. What time do I want the strategy to start taking trades? There's no pre-market in this. You got to start from the market open to the market close. Looks like I've got it set to 11 to 4 here. 25-minute hold time. You have to select the hold time in the back tester. There's no way around that. You must select one. You can also select it for, at the market open any day for almost 3 months, basically, or at the market close for any day almost 3 months for swing trading purposes. If you're trying to do that, and set risk managements in here. Just stick with dollars and percents, please. Try not to get fancy or creative with these filters and things like that. The reason why is that these send bracket orders to the broker upon the opening of the trade, and the broker has to be able to hold the order. So, for example, your broker can't hold an order that says, get me out on a 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. That's not a stop you could set on any broker. So, therefore, you can't set that as a stop with us or as a target or anything like that. In the advanced tab, you can push it out. Right now, we're looking at 65 days worth of data. Generally, it's 63 days worth of data, but market holidays can change things around a little bit. And then if you come to summary, it just gives you a shot of what you're looking at here. You press simulate buy for the longs, sell for the shorts, and you'll get something like this. And then you get a bunch of stats on this. And so we've got a profit factor of 1.22. Over that 65 days, it took 847 trades. 49.4% were winners. The average winner was 13 cents. The average loser was 11 cents. Strategy return was 2%. Projected annual return would be 8.4%. Not very good at all. And someone say, well, those are green numbers and all that. Yeah, but you're not including commissions properly and slippage properly and things like that. Also, realistically trading, if you're not making 2 cents to every 1 cent you're losing, or $2 every $1 you're losing, a 2-to-1 ratio essentially. If you are not there, you're unlikely to be profitable. That's just it's an unpopular statement, but it is a very, very factual and true statement. And I say unlikely, not impossible, but unlikely. One of the real keys I think here in the back testing to always look at is the daily in here. and look at these big winners and big loser days and make, you first obviously want the big winner days to outweigh the big loser days, but you also need to not have too many losing days in general. I think this is really important, especially because the equity curve can be built on 1 or 2 days that are huge, and it makes the equity curve look good. In this case, you got an okay spread of winning and losing days here. You obviously want to see better. Down here, look, you see 9 winners in a row, 7 losers in a row, your biggest win day, your biggest loss day, gives you dates and things like that. That's going to be based on, taking 500 shares is what I've decided on here. 2 different ways on the equity curve to look at things as far as commissions and trades and stuff like that. So $1.75 in and $1.75 out, or 0.02 of a cents per share, as well as some different ways to look at this all here as far as that goes. Once you get to this point, then you come to optimization, right? And there's a lot of things. We could start with just these tabs here. We could start with price. So, we could see right here stocks that were, these cheaper stocks did really terrible. These more expensive stocks also did terrible. And I could go ahead and I could say, let's set the minimum price. I could right click, set minimum price for $15, and set that in there for me. And I press OK. I press OK. And then I could also say, let's also set the max. Let's see. Let's set the max for $39.99. I'm going to cut a whole bunch out of fat. I cut a bunch of fat out of this. Let's move that over, and then we run a back test again. Get a summary, and let's get a summary, and we'll compare things here. And we could see, we went from 847 trades to 391 trades. We went from 49% winners to 52% winners. We got that average losers up 4 cents, although our average winners up 4 cents. The average losers also went up 2 cents. We can see overall it looked a lot better. Bring the dailies. We can compare them as well. We can see that we cut out some of the losers. The winners look a little nicer overall because the losers don't look as heavy as they were looking before. We still see we have some of those big days, minus 16 or minus 1,200 here, minus 600 here, plus 1,600 here, plus 1,400 here. So, we did cut out some winners as well on this. So that's more or less the path to back testing. We can also check out for time of day here. And then, of course, the real one, the big one, other filters, and you get a drop-down menu of every single filter that you can then take a look at how that filter, whether you're using it in the scan or not, is impacting the scan, and the values of those filters, and how they may or may not add a positive result and outcome to the scan based on making those adjustments. For Momo stock, it wouldn't correct. Result in the back test at very short term within 2 or 3 days Momo. If you include 63-day back testing, what is back testing in this case? 63 or 3 to 5 days. I don't really understand your question. I'm sorry. For Momo stock, I mean, we could run a back test and find OKLO. It's definitely a momentum play the last couple of days, and it would show in the back tester. It's not going to show today because the back tester doesn't show today's results because today's still happening. Today has to end, and the data gets processed overnight. So tomorrow we will see today's data, just like today we see yesterday's data, plus all the other days that go back on it. How to get the back test window? You've got to be on premium subscription. Right-click an alert window. It only works on alert windows, so you should see a little A in the top left corner. Select backtest strategy, and you'll get all that stuff in there. Let me get you guys a link on backtesting from the user's guide. And then if you could possibly rephrase what you were asking. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe you're not asking anything and you're telling, but I'm trying to wrap my head around this. I mean, it's doing that at 63 days, but it's not holding the stock for 63 days. It's leaving based on the exit that I've determined. So in this case here, we're holding it for 25 minutes, or I've set a stop for basically the low of the day, essentially. So those two things are getting me out of every trade that day. Either 25 minutes is happening, or the low of the day is going to hit, and it's going to stop me out that way. But it's not holding it for 63 days. It's just telling me what happened each day of those 63 days, essentially. And, if I just to simulate this again real fast. We also have this calendar feature down here on the left side. And so I can click on this and I can see what was alerted, entry price, exit price, profits, and all that by double clicking on any one of these days here. What I would like to note is a few things, because people think they're going to get all fancy with this and come up with something special that no one ever has thought of. And the odds of you doing that aren't very high, although anything's possible. But people start to get this idea where, oh, well, I'll just micro scalp 1 and 2 pennies per trade. I can promise you that will never, ever, 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 and I mean ever, I do mean forever and ever and ever work. It just is not possible. You will then be trying to compete with your broker, who's going to take the opposite side, who always takes the opposite side of your trades, whether you realize that or not. And you'll be competing with the high frequency traders and whatnot. And they win the game every day, right? The problem with trying to microscope that stuff is, one, you have a spread. You have those ones to compete with that I just mentioned. Then you have the spread to compete with, then the commission to compete with, right? If you use E-Trade, yes, obviously no commission. We still have all the rest to compete with. And the fact that not everything's going to move in the direction you want, and you still have to have a stop loss. So what are you going to have, a 1 cent stop loss? Every spread is 1 cent. You'll be auto stopped on everything, right? So I know, believe me, not from lack of effort. I've seen many people in the years now that have been here try to do it, and I've yet to see someone successfully do it. Now, you might be able to eke out something with, I don't know, 10, 15 cent wins or something like that, and some smaller 7, 8 cent stops, and you're not at that 2-to-1 ratio, and you're still setting yourself way behind. So, is this TI basic? You have to have premium to do the back testing. I don't know if you mean the back testing itself is the basic, or if this live stream is, this is just a open forum live stream, if that's what you mean. Ask any questions, basic or advanced, and I'll do my best to answer them. I mean, so you would just build an alert window based on RSI. So, new alert window. And you have to remember, alert windows are a dual set of functions. You have the alert event, like a new high, new low, or whatever else. I happen to default to crossed above resistance. Then you have your filters, right? So RSI is going to be filter. So we can decide on, an RSI, and let's say we wanted a 15-minute RSI. Add that filter, and I could say, let's see, let's go with 58 as a value in there. So the RSI, 15-minute, stop pressing the wrong buttons, Chris. So the 15-minute RSI has got to be at least 58, right? And so that would be the beginning of it being based on RSI. Obviously, you're going to want to add more things in there. Price range, let's say $10 to $50, for example. Maybe it's traded 750,000 shares on the day. It's up 3% from the open or something like that. There starts the basis of a strategy. We'll just, for the sake of the exercise, leave it crossed above resistance, and we'll press OK, and we'll press OK. Now we've got the alert window over here. Let me bring it over and right click and back test the strategy. And then we got to decide when we're going to start and end this thing. So let's start it at 10 a.m. We'll time exit. We'll leave it at 30 minutes for now. Risk management. Let's put no risk management in for the moment. Let's bring it all the way out to the 65 days, and let's simulate the buy. We'll see what we get. And so we can see not too wonderful on the daily chart here, so on and so forth. It took, almost 3,000 trades. So we could start in the optimization process, and we could say, well, not looking so hot on these. This profit factor is the first column that I'm generally looking at here. And so nothing was hot on any of this. So this isn't the place to start with optimization, quite personally. Time of day, tough, looked okay through here. So if we eliminate from this time, we do eliminate, almost as many winners as losers as far as the trades go. So, maybe we want to start with other filters, right? And maybe we want to look at that 5-minute, 15-minute RSI. So there's a 15-minute RSI. And we can see here, wow, look at this. That just didn't work at all for us whatsoever. So is there a way that maybe we can make that 15-minute RSI better? This is where you start to get creative, right? Do I want to look at Bollinger Bands? Do I want to look at volatility? Do I want to look at, the list could go on and on and on and on with these things. Yes, all those trades taken would have been based on the last 65 days, since that's what I had chose. And so, for exercise sake here, let's look at, trying to find the distance from the VWAP one, right? So we can see here, 20% interval is not going to work. Let's go with 5% intervals to start with. And we can see this doesn't really help us much, right? That filter. And someone will say, well, why doesn't it help us much? It's just kind of a broad statement. And I would tell you it doesn't help much because we only had this small sample size that worked in here where almost all the trades live. And while this looks good, that was only 4 trades there and it was 1 trade there, right? And so everything kind of lives in this one area that's just nondescript and lackluster, right? So there's nothing that we could cut from this to improve the scan at that point. But, maybe we could look at, the next thing we'll jump to, let's see, change in the NASDAQ for the day. And so, all right, this is a little bit more interesting here. We can see that when the NASDAQ was 3% or more up on the day, we had 60 trades that were essentially all losers, right? And so we go right ahead and we could set a max over here, right click. And you don't have to just use the values there. We could just go to edit, right? And then edit it like that in the scan. But for this purpose, we can pick that. We'll press OK. We'll press OK. And we'll run the back test again. And we're going to compare back test 1 to back test 2. And so we cut out that 60 trades. Something else changed. What else did I change? I don't know. We went to that. What else changed? Something else changed. Pardon me, folks. What did I click? Oh, I see. I set the min value. I did not want to set the min value of 2. See, I knew I clicked something wrong. All right, now let's run that back test. Can't be clicking the wrong things, Chris, while I'm giving examples. Yeah, sorry, I forgot that they've changed all those names on there. Yeah, Momentum Master. All right, so there we go. We cut out that 60 some odd trades. We kind of stayed more or less the same. It just looks less bad, the strategy like this now, right? But that's the beginning of it, right? Now we can come to optimize again. We're back in, we could look at price again, just see if there's anything we do here at price. Nothing stands out. Still nothing stands out here. So back to the other filters. And I don't know, let's jump on something here. What are we going to jump on? Let's do position in Bollinger Bands, 15-minute Bollinger Bands. And we can see here, now we can see better. 10%. All right, let's try 20. Let's try 15%. So that's not a lot to cut out there. Not a lot to cut out anywhere. So, 15-minute Bollinger Bands doesn't really do a whole lot for us for improving the strategy. And some strategies, we just may not be able to improve that much, from the basis of what we wanted. Oh, let's see here. Change in S&P today. See if that does anything for us. All right. Nothing great. We could cut out this 33 trades here, and we could cut out another 89 trades here. I don't think it's really going to do a whole lot to help us, but let's set the max to 199 on the S&P. Let's set the minimum. How do I want this? I want the minimum to be 2.51 negative. Just for the sake of, continuing on the back test here, find that window. And just show how we chip away at the improvements here. Now, one of the things with back testing is curve fitting, right? Where we just get this thing to look outstanding. We eliminated everything and we've got it to make 2 trades a day and they're all winners and it's unbelievable looking. But we've got like 50 filters up here, right? Odds are it's going to fall apart in the forward testing because it's just optimized, because we're optimizing based on the past. And well, as we all know, past does not predict the future. But here we are nonetheless, and we have to use the past to at least find some footprints in the sand for the future. So again, we went from 104 to 106. We stayed at 106. We didn't cut a whole lot out. In fact, this didn't really improve this scan at all, to be honest. But that's, the optimization process, that sometimes improvements aren't really improvements because they cut out some winners that were heavy influence still. As a beginner, I don't necessarily have a set that I recommend for filters, as my scanning is very, very simplistic and basic. So let's get away from the back testing for a moment here. But we can start with my scanning. I've got this relative strength from we're talking about intraday. So let me first off share this scan. I'm going to put that in here. Share. Copy. All right. So there's a scan. You can copy that link and then paste it to open that scan. So if you go to File, copy that link, go File, Load from Cloud, it should auto-populate into this. In the event it doesn't, just paste it in there and open it and you'll get the scan. And I'm going to walk you through what the scan is doing. Let's open the top list because it's a top list at its core. And so I said, top list, please do find me stocks between $2 and $30 that have traded at least 400,000 shares on the day. They are 85% above the low of a 5-minute Bollinger Band. And I've got a volume metric in here just to make sure the stock is trading actively. I don't want stocks that trade, 15,000 shares, don't trade for 10 minutes, trade another 30,000 shares, don't trade for 4 minutes, trade another 70,000 shares, don't trade for 20 minutes. I want to make sure that there's some interest in here. 400,000 is just because I want to catch stuff early. But, if I've got a stock that's just cracking 400,000 and it's, 3 in the afternoon or something, 3 Eastern in the afternoon, I'm unlikely to have any interest in it. It's not a very liquid stock. So, something 400,000 shares traded at, 9:40 a.m. Eastern is potential for good liquidity on the day. 400,000 shares traded by 2 Eastern on the day. Unlikely that the liquidity and the volume on that's going to pick up to make me interested in it. Not that it doesn't necessarily, but like I said, unlikely. So that's what I've asked the scan to do as far as finding me those stocks. And I said, once you find me those stocks, I want you to put the ones that are up the most from the open at the top of the list. And then once we got that going, I said, Race, I want you to take all that data that I just told you to do and sort in order. And then I want you to run 3-minute races. And I want you to run it based on the change from the open as a total. And descending just means that the highest moving from the open are at the top and descending down like that. And that's all this is doing. And we're just looking at stocks that are doing that base like that. And some days it's putting some real gems out there. Other days, seen better, that's for sure. So that's, essentially what I'm doing on most of my day trading. A little bit of my day trading comes from some evening scanning that I do. So, I put this as a tree map here, but I'm going to untree map it real fast, and I'll share this as well. Oh no, that's not the right one. Hold on. My evening scan, share, copy, paste. All right, so that's another scan that I shared where I get some idea generation from. It's this scan here. Let's untree map that one. And this scan, I have told it, I said, scan, please find me stocks that are $11 or more, traded 750,000 shares on the day. They're 75% above the low of the 20-day range. So they have potential that they're breaking out over 20 days. I find more swing trade ideas with this than day trade ideas, but I do find a few day trade ideas from it. And I want them to be 75% above the low of today with a relative volume of 1. And so then I go through, almost all these charts every night. Most nights I go through all of them and, find ones that'll be of an interest to me, either put them as a price alert, or something like that, or put them on my liked list and track them that way. And, that's more or less where I'm idea generating. Now, from that point, how do I enter a trade? Well, as far as the day trade stuff goes, I like an 8 EMA and the VWAP. I like to see on a 5-minute chart and on a 3-minute chart, kind of using the no-goes sometimes, sort of. Oops, I don't like pre-market data. Get that out of here. And I kind of track it like that. And I don't want to see things that are too extended off any of this. There's other metrics I want to look at here. I don't generally, if I'm day trading, I don't day trade a ton. Let's start with that, number 1. I do not like highly volatile stocks, number 2. I do not like when I see topping and bottoming shadows like this. It's, generally it's going to be too much price range and whip for me to gut it out, holding on. Because, look, hindsight, it's like, oh, look at this thing. It just followed the 8 EMA right up until here when it broke. But then it recaptured. I would have made another entry. Yeah, that's great. But are you going to really have a stock where you're sitting at $14 and change and also at 13, over $13 at one point, you know what I mean? Like whipping back and forth like that. I mean, $12.60 here or so and $13.50 here or so. You're talking almost $1 spread in that one candle. I mean, imagine having 1,000 shares of that and watching your P&L move $1,000 back and forth like that over 5 minutes. Now, if you got a $10 million account, $1,000 would probably mean nothing to you. I do not have a $10 million account. And while I'm not going to disclose my account, me seeing it move $1,000 in 5 minutes like that would probably put me on the floor in a coma. So, these are the kinds of things that become a trading plan, right? We've got the scan to give us ideas, but I need a trading plan now. After I don't know how much time, for whatever reason, I forget why I said, I think it was someone that was in the traders room with Barry. I'll go with real. I'm pretty sure it was real. He was a big proponent of the 8 EMA. I believe, I'm 99% sure it was real. Big proponent of the 8 EMA. And so I kind of just started testing and messing around with it. It's not an end all be all, but I like to track the distance from it essentially. And then I started also using the VWAP, trying to find, especially if there's pullbacks, because, this scan here, I've got a nice watch list that's going on over here, right? And so I could start to, if something gets really extended, maybe I want to set a price alert to pull back towards the VWAP, and the VWAP sometimes will act as support, or if I've got something that's pulled way back and it's below the VWAP and maybe I want to see it break the VWAP and move above. Other things are if you choose a time, once you choose a time frame, let the candle close is an expression, right? So let's just say, OKLO, I decided I was looking at it here on this candle, right? This is where, for whatever reason, it got my attention on this candle. Well, I'm not getting in on the candle that it got my attention. That's not going to happen. I'll wait for at least the next candle or two to open to see, are they opening above? Are we continuing? How far are we continuing? If the thing goes without me, so be it. That's the way it goes. There will be another idea either later today, tomorrow, or sometime this week. But what there will not be is me if I go chasing something that moves up and then it does that on me, right? So the name of the game is risk management. That's the first thing I'm doing is, all right, well, we've identified a candle where we're now interested. Where's it going from here? If I'm wrong, where am I getting out? And why am I picking that? For me, I'm generally looking at, where likely support and resistance through the day looks like. And if it breaks down that, where could it break down further on that? These are the kind of things that just come from looking at charts for thousands and thousands of hours. So that's, the biggest, broadest, short and skinny overview that I can give of what I'm doing anyways. I'm not always crazy about buying highs of the day. I can't tell you how many times I bought the high of the day and it was the last new high of the day. But, finding that difference between a pullback and a sell-off, those are also tricky as well. So, to each their own on those kinds of things. And again, kind of comes with chart time, or seat time, screen time, whatever you want to call it, like that. Learn you, yes. Back testing is only for alert windows. That's it. Can I share my full layout? I can. The problem with me sharing my layout is I have a custom formula in this scan. This is a symbols list. I have 2 other scans on other screens that revolve around symbols lists. So it's not going to work for you the way it works for me. This is tailored for me, but I'll share something. Well, do I have a shared layout? All right. I guess this is as close to shared as it's going to get. But there may be things that are not going to work for you because they're specifically designed for my setup here and they won't transfer to someone else. There is no way to make them transfer to someone else. But if you want my whole layout, that's it there. The other thing is, remember, I designed this layout for how I'm trading, how I risk money, and all those things like that. So, I appreciate wanting a layout from someone else. I'm certainly an advocate of sharing scans, but when I first started this, I had no trading experience whatsoever. And I thought to myself, all right, well, Barry really knows what he's doing and I'll just use his layout and I'll make money. And that was definitely not the case. So, first off, I didn't even really know. I knew what a stop loss was, but I had no idea how and why you set a stop loss or things like that. I had no idea what kind of trader I was. And it's not the trader you want to be, it's the trader you are, right? So for me, I stay away from highly volatile stocks because my personality doesn't deal with stuff like that well. I don't, when I'm watching a stock move, $1 in a minute, up and down, my brain cannot wrap itself around those flashing lights and candles quick enough. And I'm not nimble enough to be in and out of stocks like that. So while that was what I wanted to do, like, oh yeah, I want these real fast movers and I'm going to catch this momentum and I'm going to do all these things and these stocks are spiking and I'm going to get it. It wasn't the case for me. It didn't work out. And that's the way it was. So for educational purpose, all right, gotcha. Yeah, just dissect them, check them out. I certainly a big advocate of that. I took scans from obviously Barry and Steve and Jamie and Andy and Sean when he was here way back when, and I opened them up and saw what they were looking for and doing. And the other thing, that it will help you do is, all right, I never thought about this filter. I never thought about this alert, things of that nature. And so by going through those scans and saying, gee, what does position range? What does a relative, what is I had no idea what a Bollinger Band was. Not a clue. I don't know what an SMA was. I didn't know any of these things. But opening scans, looking up definitions, doing, web searches and things like that, led me to these things. When I was first starting out in my first however many months of, we'll call it trading, but I don't think actually what I was doing was trading, it was gambling, because that's what it was. I had on my daily chart, on every chart, I had a daily chart, a 15-minute chart, a 5-minute chart. Those were like the 3 time frames I was using at that time. And every one of those charts had a 200 SMA, a 100 SMA, a 50, a 20, and a 10 SMA. I didn't even know what they were really doing. I was just copying other people. I had no idea what I was doing. And eventually, as you can see, I don't have a lot of stuff on my charts now. I don't like a lot of stuff. I showcase these go no goes for people that are newer traders. I think they're great. If you are let's call it a veteran trader, but you're still looking for room for improvement, I think they could also be very helpful. Obviously, if you're someone who has a trading plan that is well thought out, well tested, and well functioning, you'd have no need for go no go or the trade wave. And good on you, because that's the hardest part of trading, is coming up with that trading plan and actually testing it out through and getting it to that stage. But the 2 things that I think are most important and key to the trade wave and go no go is it's trend following. At its core, as traders, what we're trying to do is follow a trend, whether that's on a 1-minute chart, a 5-minute chart, a 3-minute chart, a weekly chart, a daily chart. We're trying to follow a trend and capture as much of that trend as we can. The trade wave here, you're looking for these EMA clouds to cross and do this and follow and actionably call a trend change here, right? So you can see this kind of orange coming into it, and then something happened. Gap up in this case caused a trend change, and that's where it's moving like that. The same with go no go. We can see we're in this no go with the pink and reds or whatever they are, and then we move up and we get a pause candle here, right? We're not in go or no go, and then we get a unconvicted go, as I like to call it, and we get a go. We start to sell off and it comes back to an unconvicted go for a day. And then obviously we see this here again. And so all it's doing is we're trend following. And that's, whether it's the VWAP, an SMA, an EMA, a triangulated moving average, any other of those weighted moving averages, things like that. They're trying to follow the trend in price. The smaller the smaller the period, is it a 5 SMA, is it a 10 SMA, a 20 SMA, the faster it will react to price, right? And so that could get us into a trade quicker, but it could get us out of a trade quicker. That could be good or bad on both, right? We can get in the trade quicker based on that SMA move, but then maybe we're chasing and it's a false breakout, and maybe it's not, and it gets us in early. There's no way to predict this. Again, this is where seat time comes in, and having a risk plan that if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I move on, and I take my stop and my loss, and I move on to the next one. The same thing on the flip side of a smaller SMA. All of a sudden, it gets us out of the trade too quickly, and it shakes us out while the trade continues to go without us. So then someone will say, well, I'll just go with the 10 SMA instead. But then that reacts slower to the price, right? And the 20 SMA yet even slower. And so there's no right or wrong on these things. They just are, and how you want to look and interpret those, beauty's in the eye of the chart holder and all that kind of thing. So I'd also encourage people to understand and remember that the only thing that is in real time when it comes to indicators is price. That's it. Everything else lags price, right? All your SMAs are going to lag price. Your RSI is going to lag price. Your Bollinger Bands are going to lag price. Your envelopes are going to lag price. There is nothing other than price that is in real time like that. So I'm rambling here at this point. I apologize. Again, if people have questions, please fire those in for me here. I feel like this was a good session today. Hopefully folks are getting something out of it. I do see about 14 people dropped out, 15, 16 people dropped out since I started it. So clearly they weren't finding any value. Just the way it goes sometimes, I suppose. But Sorry, just got a message I wanted to answer here. If we want to build the alert, really learn you. We just don't have anything that's gonna look like the trade wave. I'm sorry, because this is using EMAs, and we don't have EMAs to scan on. It's using multiple crossing EMAs, like multiple crosses. So I'm trying to think. The closest you could do is this, I would say, or this is where I would, I would come up with a template here, but the template's just an idea. All right. So, take this idea and then build on it, and know that don't be pigeonholed into what I've done here. But let's take a 5-minute high. No, we're going to stick with crossed above resistance. I lied. We're going to stick with this crossed above resistance. We're going to take SMAs, filters. We're going to go with, let me expand this out a little bit. Let's go with because here's the thing. The trade wave, it adjusts to the time period here. We cannot adjust this to a time period. The scan is going to be set the way it is. You can make multiples of the scan and adjust the periods for the SMAs that you want to adjust, but no way to have it auto adjust from time frame to time frame with the EMAs like this does. Is just not possible. But let's, for the purpose of this exercise here, let's go with a 5 period on a 15-minute chart. No, let's go with an 8 period on a 15-minute chart. Let's add that filter. I'm going to bracket this in so price is near that. We're going to do the same thing with a 20 period on this chart here. So we're trying to find a cross of those two. All right, we're going to give it a price floor of, let's say, $5. Let's say we're going to go with 475,000 shares on the day. And then we got to make sure, because crosses are great if the price is looking to trend up. So let's go change. And let's say over the last 15 minutes, let's add this filter and make sure that, let's say we're up 1/3% in the last 15 minutes. All right. And that's what we're going to live with here. Well, let me give it a name here. We're not going to call it trade wave because it's not. And I don't want anybody getting confused or anything like that, but we're going to call it 820 SMA cross on 5 minutes. All right, and this is just a template. Let me run the history for today and take a look at. We can see very few alerts from this here, right? And so we got this alert at XLV at 9:53. So the alert came in here, and it went on to be an okay winner at first. CFG alert came in here. I don't think it really ever got in the money. KLAC alert came in here, just kind of fading afterwards. So we're getting the crosses, but unfortunately, we're not getting that trend up. Same. Yeah, we got the cross in here. Did move up into the money a little bit. Kind of floundering around the entrance, just above the entrance now. Oh, that's we already saw that as alerted. Showing the other ones. And we got the alert here, and it continues to move up from there. So you might consider, well, that's not, these are too tight, and you might consider moving these to be a little looser. Maybe you want to see it up over 30 minutes. Maybe you want to see it up over 5 minutes on that change. So, I'd encourage you to come in, take a look, make some adjustments. I'm going to go ahead and share it as that template. please make sure to save this to the cloud. I delete these every few days or so. No, you can't build it with a custom formula. I promise you, if there was a way to do it, I would 100% share it with you. I would never tell someone you can't do something you can do. It wouldn't benefit us as a company or me as a human being to lead you in the wrong direction with any of these things. So there's just no way to do it. We don't have a code compiler. We have a formula editor, meaning we need the data, meaning you can only take data points within the system to do these things. You can't just we don't have EMAs. It's just that simple for scanning, so you can't just make one. Philip, hi, I'm new to using Trade Ideas application, was looking for some assistance on using Holly specifically, potential entries and exits. So first thing, because I'm going to be wrapping up when Barry comes back in a moment. So I'm going to share a video with you, Philip, that I did a few months ago that goes into really great depth of Holly. And then I will attempt to do as much explaining of Holly as I can. Nope. Sorry. This just didn't click the right button that I wanted. That's why I'm noping myself. That nopes were all for me. Copy link address. There we go. So you can take this, Philip, and look at that at your leisure. As far as Holly goes, we can find Holly by going new, premium AI strategy trades window. That's the second one down here in the premiums. All right. It's going to give you something that looks like this. I've adjusted mine to look the way I want it to. It's going to be this window that's here. If we right click it, we can come to columns. Right side is the master bank of all columns. Left side is the columns we have selected. And so we can take something and move it from right to left so we can display it. You may or may not have a filter on in here. So make sure there's no filters at first, at least. So you can see all the trades that come through, not just the long or the short or the open or the profitable or the losers or whatever it is. Make sure that's set to none, at least at the beginning. And you're going to get the real-time entries. You're going to get a suggested stop loss. And from there, you got to decide, do I want to take it? Do I want to rush right into it? Do I want to let it set up for a few minutes here? And that's something each trader will have to decide on their own. Obviously, she's showing quite a bit of green today. Not every day is this green. I've seen days where it has been this much red with the green. I've seen the days where it's been this much red with a couple of green, but the two greens were massive, And so you still got to be a trader. You still have to have a bit of a plan. You still have to be able to read some charts. It's not a tool to just blindly follow. But one of the things it gives you that nothing else is going to give you is a suggested stop price to at least get you thinking about risk management. 0% of new traders think of risk management when they get into trading, and trading without risk management is gambling. It's not actually trading. You must have a stop before entering a trade. If you do not have a stop before you enter that trade, you're gambling. You're not trading. I know it's a tough thing to understand. Maybe it's not a tough thing for everybody. It was a tough thing for me to understand, and I paid the price ultimately for it for some time. As you gain knowledge, you may or may not agree with the stop that Holly has chosen. Sometimes you will, sometimes you won't. Let me look at some examples here. So these are coming from the short side, and this is picking a stop price of $6 here essentially, and I can see why it was picking that stop price here. Going back on some historical data, I don't know that I would have picked that necessarily, but it's also from the short side, and I'm not much of a short trader, so take of that what you will. Let's see here. We've got this picking a stop price of $2.04. So this looks like it was using the low of the day here as the stop. I get why it picked that. On a percent basis, you're trying to enter at almost $3. You're putting a stop down almost at $2. A dollar stop on that's just too much for me, right? Other people may not think that, I don't know. So these are the things you got to really consider here when you're looking at Holly. But nobody else is going to suggest a stop for you, that's for sure. So at least with this, you got to put right front and center something suggested for you.
Hey, Chris, I've been listening to you. I was hoping maybe you just want to answer Charlie before I
No,
take
yeah.
over.
So I was actually just reading it as you.
Okay, because
Um,
it's
type of strategies or fields would you focus
and I will answer Jacques after.
on? So I mean, for me, for all my swing trades, every time I get into a trade, I have a stop and what I call a tentative target. Um, Boy, I wish you were here yesterday when I was lecturing about some of my mismanagements. So what the heck was it? Was it S? I think it was S. All right, I had a position in this. Um, Now I took this position and I was looking at, possibly trying to fill this gap all the way up here into the 28 range. And, we were looking good. We got this gap up here and I entered it. I want to say I got a 24 and change entry or something like that. We got this move all the way up here into the 20, 27, 28, whatever it was. And it just gapped up and it started fading that whole day. And then I ended up selling it near the low of the day and it's continued to fade since. So that's why I say my targets are tentative because while it may get to this level at some point, I've got capital tied up here now and I can't trade because that money's there. And I don't know that it won't fall all the way back down and through and past my entry. So I'm not letting a green trade turn red. Personally, I'm still kind of kicking myself. I should have never let it fall all day long like I did. As I often say to my daughter, them's the breaks, and it is what it is. But that's, the mentality that I have anyways. I do the same thing with my day trades too, though. I've got this, you look left on the daily chart, you say, gee, this thing, it's at $4. It looks like it could run up to 485. And all of a sudden it starts stalling. I got it at 415 and it starts stalling out at, 440. I'm likely to take some, if not all that money, because I'm just not going to let the trade reverse and hand back that money. So hopefully, I think that's what you were asking. Maybe, hopefully.
Okay, enough. I got to get back into the other room. So thanks,
Yes,
Chris,
of
so
course.
much.
You got
Thanks
it.
so much.
Yeah,
Okay.
all right. We'll see
Talk
you
to
all
you
later.
later.
Take care, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, guys, give me one moment as I get my music going. Where is my music player? Just give me a moment. There you are. Okay, so Jacques, yeah, nothing you can do about that. Okay, it's sort of an amusing question. Jacques in our YouTube room, he's got his text to voice. Okay, NNE, and instead of saying NNE, she is saying north northeast. It's going to happen every now and then. Okay, because it's looking at this and thinking, oh, north northeast. That's why. There's no way you can tell the system to say no. I want you to say NNE. A lot of times you'll see, I know there's a stock, I think Calm is a stock as an example. Yeah, Calm's a stock. I've seen that one come through, and she's going to say calm. Okay, she's not going to go CALM. If she can read a word, she's going to say it. She's going to say the word. And NNE is such a common no north northeast. So nothing you can do about it, Jacques. Okay. Now, okay, guys. So just a comment also. I had taken that ALAR. I'm out of it. Okay. The minute it started drifting back down to 16, I was going to. I'm looking to take it again. It did break above that 16 level, 1595. It did break it above. I should have taken some profit. I didn't. I was really hoping it would keep moving, but as it started coming down towards that 16, I bailed. So I basically got out with no profit, no loss. Looking to get maybe back in again. Okay, and that's the ALAR. Yeah. Okay, Jock, but you understand there's nothing, yeah, nothing you can do about it. It's just going to happen on the odd stock that it actually kind of means something, like calm or food or north northeast. It actually kind of means something, and so the algorithm is looking at it like that. Just traders. I mean, question is, any reason for duo stock to start coming up again? You mean like this? It's just traders. I mean, you got to remember now, this was a very active stock. 2 weeks ago, 467 it got up to is a China stock. It moved a lot of other China plays. It's just a trading. There's no, if you're looking for a specific reason, there is not going to be one. Okay. It's just, low float, China stock, lots of volume. People are, getting interested again. But there's no, if you're looking for like a specific reason why it is moving today, there is none. Not that I can see anyway. It's just that, traders will look at this and go, wow, 2 days or 2 weeks ago, this got up to $4. Oh, it's starting to move. Maybe I'll take some right now. Okay. I don't mean me. I don't mean me, but that's just the trading mentality. Okay. So there's a question. What do I consider long term versus not with Holly? So this is in our main room. So are you talking about the long-term Holly trade alerts? Or are you talking about long-term in general? Okay. Well, that's all they are. Well, the long-term ones are just ones that are still working. So for instance, let's just say for argument's sake, let's take a long one right now. Okay, here's WVE. Okay, the alert was at 1433. Let's say it closes over the alert price. Okay, it'll turn into it'll be in that, it should anyway turn into that long-term list of a stock that is still positive from the original alert, and that's what they are. Typically, I think they're all going to be positive from the original alert, be it yesterday, last week, last month. Okay, that's what the long-term Holly is all about. I'm just using WVE as an example. I'm not a long-term trader, okay? So that's why I don't look at it. But that's in theory, this could turn into, that could show up tomorrow on the list as long as it is above the entry for 1433. Okay, makes sense? Yeah, zooming, you can do it here, okay? You have to go down if you're using our Herman. No, 0.88. Hmm. I don't know if they've all been changed because I know now the way to zoom, you can just, if you go into the volume section, see where it says plus, I can zoom like this or use the minus. It's a little easier, I guess. So if you do see that, but I thought on the old versions, like here, I don't have that. So I can still do it. I'm control and using my mouse, my scroll wheel on my mouse. I'm still doing it. So, but are you using the browser version? Are you but is your chart has used browser interface, is that checked? No, 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 it's a downloadable version, but if you right click on the chart, do you have use browser interface checked? Can you see what I'm pointing at? You may not even have that option in 0.88, but that's quite a few builds ago. Can you see what Herman, can you see what I'm pointing to? Just right click on the chart. Do you have an option that says use browser interface? So you have that checked? I know this is confusing. So when you say yes, so my question right now is, do you have that checked? I'm looking for either another a yes or a no. Yes. Okay. Okay. More than likely, then you see what happens with me is that here. Notice what happens, and when I go down into the volume area, I go down below. I go into the volume area. See how these little plus signs, plus and minus signs? Now, I can still do it though. You using, I don't know why you can't. I can still do it. I mean, I'm holding down the control key and I'm using my mouse scroll wheel. I'm still able to do it. Okay, but I'm still able to do it. So I don't know why you can't, Herman. This was just an option that makes it a little bit easier. Sometimes they don't show up. Maybe you have, maybe I don't know the size of your chart or something, but it shouldn't matter. I've got control key pressed down and I've got my scroll wheel and that, and you can see it's moving. So I don't know why it's not moving for you. No, I have no explanation. Sorry. Well, I'm on actually the development version, but that shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't matter. Okay, anybody with the, you're on 0.88. Boy, that's so long ago. Um, I really don't know, Herman. That's a tough one. Maybe you get, why don't you go to the beta version anyway? Let's go up, like get the latest version up and running. Because I don't know why it's not working for you when you have 0.88. Instead of trying to figure it out, get to the beta and I'm, almost 100% sure it's going to work. That's probably why in the 0.88 you're not getting these little icons popping up. Okay. Okay. So I have a question in our YouTube room from Learn. So backtesting just takes every single occurrence, if you go back 60 days or 63 days, every single occurrence that the alert happened. Okay. And only the first time. So for instance, if I wanted to backtest this one, okay, this momentum scan, I don't backtest at all, by the way, but if I wanted to backtest this one, it would only take WVE the first time it showed up, as an example. But it'll go back, it'll look at this, and it'll go back 60 days or 63 days, whatever you want. Every time a stock met all the filter requirements and made a new high for the day, it'll backtest it. It'll be included in the backtest, but only the first time. In other words, the first time, say WVE showed up. It's not going to do it over and over and over again. Okay. Now, when you say historical data, I mean it's looking at historical data because it's an event, right? Every time all of the filter requirements happen today, it'll take it yesterday, the day before, the day before, the day before. As many. So you guys don't have the plus minus. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. Interesting. But it's hard for me to believe then on 0.88 that you don't still have then just the way of doing the zooming. It doesn't make. I'm not saying it's not happening for you, Herman. I'm not doubting doubting you, but it doesn't make any sense to me why that wouldn't be working still. Okay, learn. Did that make sense? I'm talking to learn in our YouTube room. It'll do an automatic restart. Okay, you'll see. It'll say it'll restart. But what I would do Now you don't have to, I guess, but I typically what I do is I actually you probably if you go to account, is it an account? And or is it help or tools? It must be tools, tools, options, and then upgrade. Probably you should. You that's all you have to do. Okay. I don't think you have to get out of trade ideas. It'll just start again. Yeah, when I upgrade, I do it in a very different way. I have a Dropbox link. So I usually am out of trade ideas, and then but it looks like you can do it right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't put it there. Okay. But so if you don't want, for instance, with the races, if you're running races, yeah, thank you, Pepe. So it'll take care of it for you. But if you're running races, or if you still want to see all your original alerts that you had in an alert window, you won't see them anymore. Okay, because it's going to act as if you just opened the trade ideas, whatever time you end up doing it, and it'll start from there. So, for instance, use 1252. All your races will be wiped out. A new top 10 list will be built. So, if that's important to you, then don't do it. Wait till the end of the market. But as Pepe is saying, zooming should be there. All right. Well, you might be right. You might be right. Traders might be looking at this high, looking left. You might be right. I'm talking about drug. I will, Pedro. Can't see my screen. Might have to do a refresh, Charlie. I got to make sure is the screen sharing still working? Okay. I'm going to make sure. Just this is for people in our main room. Okay. Just need a yes. I want to make sure. Okay. I just need a yes. I just have to make sure that you guys can see my screen in the main room. Somebody says they can't. Okay. Okay. If you can hear me, just do a refresh. Okay. Just do a refresh, Charlie. And welcome, by the way. Welcome. Thank you. Where the heck are you? Is that Poe? Where are you, Poe? Thank you, Poe. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Poe. But I hope you're scalping it. Like I don't trust it at all. Okay, now Pedro, you asked a question. Do I enter a trade? Will I ever? I will. Okay, I will. It doesn't mean I will all the time. I'm not going to enter a trade on the high of the day if it's 10, 15-minute candles straight up and it's gone parabolic. But for instance, if a stock, if I can get a good example, yeah, maybe not a good example, but let's just say PRQR, okay? There's the high of the day up here, 394. Let's just say it started inching up and up and up, and then it started to kind of flatline a little bit, consolidate a little bit underneath the hall of the day, high of the day, okay? And then what I typically do is put a price alert then if I think I'm going to be interested, and this is a very active stock, I would put a price alert at the high of the day, and then again, assuming that it is sort of basing a little bit underneath the high of the day, and then if it pops through the high of the day, I get the alert, and yes, I may take the trade. Okay, but I'm not chasing it higher just because it's the high of the day, if that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I was very, very quick on that one, Poe. I wasn't going to mess around, but boy, I mean, I still like it in case it takes out the high again. And these are just going to be very quick trades. De nada, Pedro. All right, guys. So Omid in our YouTube room, typed in the Dow. Okay. So again, oops, let me get rid of my announcement. A little bit of a disconnect. Okay, in the market, we've got the Dow up 230. Nas is only up 13. The SPY is up. So the value stocks versus growth stocks. I remember what you said yesterday, Poe, about drug. Why can't I get into that one and have it go from 4 to 60 on me? I know. Okay, Charlie. Hmm, I should know this. It's probably, can somebody help Charlie, please? Because I don't see what he sees exactly. Okay. It's a matter of, yeah, clicking on screen one, I think. I know what I do on my end. Okay. I know what I do on my end, but I think it's probably one of these gears or maybe over here, one of these gears, maybe this gear. Can somebody help? I apologize, Charlie. I only know what I do on my end. I should know this. So what do you guys do to see my screen? William, you must know. What do you guys do to see? Well, no, you're an administrator, so I'm not sure there's anything special that you have to do. Circle at the right top. So what the circle at the right top? You talking about the gear? Not the gear. There's a circle. What circle are you looking at? This circle right here? Well, that's reload. Or right here. Is that what you're talking about? No, that's mine. Okay, I just have probably a different set of so okay, close the browser and open it again, okay? Maybe try that. So don't just do a refresh, close the browser because I don't think there's any yeah, thank you, Pepe. There's really nothing you have to do. I have to do something to, because I've got three monitors and it always wants to know, well, which monitor do you want to share? Ugh, there it is. You're right. But okay, do I want to do something crazy again? Again, not for the faint of heart at all. Okay. I mean, this can go up $3. It can go down $4 just like that. And the high today was 30, about 34.50, but the high yesterday was well, that's the high market hours. Okay, it actually got up to $60 pre-market or after hours. You can see what it did right there. It got up to not 60, maybe I thought it got up to 60. Give me a moment as I back this out. Yeah, see that? Got up to what 60 $60, 59.96 after hours. Crazy. But they came up with some news today. I guess that was the news yesterday. I didn't see it yet. I didn't see it yesterday anyway. But some kind of their drug is sort of like codeine, methadone, or morphine. Sorry, not methadone, but morphine. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You mentioned ATNF. Well, could it be? I guess anything could be, but let's see how much it's pulled back. Oh man, guys, I'm going to back off it right now. I'm going to back off it right now. I'm talking about the drug. So when we looked at ATNF, I mean, anything I guess could be, but let's take a look at how far it's pulled back. So it's pulled back quite a bit. Okay, Casey. I mean, anything is possible, of course. It's such a low float, but it has pulled back a lot. I mean, it was $19 and now it's 8.95. For me, that is not. I mean, it could. The way I look at these things is if it had gone up to $19 and then it pulled back to maybe 16, 17, kind of hung in this area, and then popped through the high of the day later on some volume. This is a pretty. That's a it's chopped off 50%. So it doesn't have that same look to me anyway. ATNF. That doesn't mean from here it maybe runs, but I'm typically looking for stocks that take out the high of the day, okay, but are sort of near the high of the day on the pullback. Actually, Shady and talking about PRQR. I mean, that could be one. Um, I mean, it did pull back a lot, but I mean, you can kind of see if it takes out the high of the day right there, and it could just get ripping again. You see how it kind of pulled back, but it was at least kind of hanging in this area. It wasn't way down here like the ATNF. But as always, let's take a look on the monthly chart and see where could it go if it does do that. Yeah, so you've got to go back to last March to see these highs. Okay, now there's the high 386. What did it get to this morning? Interesting, isn't it? So last March, last March it got up to 385, and this morning in the pre-market it got up to 393 and stopped. So will that stop it again? I don't know. Man, I've seen this one all day, guys. Corvus, CRVS. I haven't acted on it. I don't. Yeah, CRVS. Nice, pretty nice move. Okay. Again, highly, highly risky. Mamba, how did that how did that work out for you? The KRRO, dare I ask? Oh, well done. Really well, right? I don't know how long you held it, but nicely done. I think you shorted it around 90, 98, 99. Okay. I don't know if Mamba, I don't know if you're still in the room, but yeah, that was a nice one. I didn't have the with such a low float and that high price, I didn't have the feel for it that it would just stall. So I don't know if Mamba's still in the room. A beauty though. I mean, that's a $14 move, depending on how long you're able to keep it. So this is what we call trade wave. Okay. So if you have to have Pedro. Are you actually a subscriber of Trade Ideas? Okay, well that's what it is, and it's called trade. It's called the trade wave. That's what it is. It's crosses. I don't know what the actual cross is. It might be the five. You can adjust it the way you want, but I think the standard is I think the five EMA crossing the 12 EMA, something like that. I sort of use it. I'm kind of I have my own trading style. It kind of helps me maybe confirm things, but that's what it is. Okay, and sometimes you'll get a little sell flag, and sometimes you'll get a buy flag. Nice sell flag here at 89. Again, it is customizable in terms of what you want uh, the indicators. Like you want a 12 crossing the 5 or a 20 crossing the 30. I mean, it's up to you. The default, I believe, is the 5 crossing the 12 EMAs. One might be an SMA, one might be an EMA. I'm not sure. All right, guys. I'm holding my breath. All right. Well, some more scalpage. I was really hoping it would maybe even get close to the 40s, but it may come back. I don't know. But again, this is highly, highly, highly risky, volatile. It was my alert right there at 34. Popped up to 35, almost 36. I'm not saying I got out at 36. I wish I could say that. I never saw that. I've had, the spread is for a stock that moves that quickly, 33, 33.25. It wasn't that bad when I took it anyway. I'm not saying it doesn't widen, but well, I know it's all traders are doing, just looking at this and the post market. That's all they're doing. They're just saying, well, could it do something like that again? All right, guys, 1:38. So I do have to leave right on the button at 2:30. Now, William said he's going to keep the room open till 4 anyway. I don't know if Draw is going to keep it later, but I do have to take off right at the button at 2:30 Eastern time. So before I do that, though, of course, one last look at my homepage and all the scans that you can have and more information that is on my homepage. Okay. All right. So clicking on my homepage link. So here's a promo code you can use. This will get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep the room free. It's that simple, okay? If you take out a subscription, you must do the get started 10 short videos. It's a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. But what we try to do here is in the 10 short videos, cover the important aspects of trade ideas. Download and install, first startup and login, right down here, introduction to scans and top list and alert windows, okay? If you're new to trading, we have a series of videos designed just for you, all free, about 38 videos if you're new to trading. And talk of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? This is the education section here. There's a great user guide. But here are my scans. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Here are the ones you can see. The biggest scanners from the start of the race is here. Halts resumes is here. And before somebody says, "Well, wait a minute, your list looks different from mine," if you've taken this one, remember I did a reboot of Trade Ideas around noon, and so when you do that, it starts afresh. And I don't mind doing that. It gives me sort of a fresh top 10 list to look at. And what else do we have here? So there's the relative strength leaders. Yours probably has 20 symbols as opposed to just 6. That's you don't have to. You want 20 symbols in here, you can. I decided to reduce it down to 6. And then down here is the upside movers versus the downside movers right here. On my other monitor, I do have the momentum scan, which is right here, Momo, and the large cap gainers, which is here, this race right here. Okay, so you can kind of pick and choose what you might like to see. Did it work? Did it work for you, Poe, the ATNF? Okay, a little bit. Okay, a little bit. I know you take a few shares, so I guess that worked. No, we don't. I mean, we've got thousands of users that they've all created. Just give me one moment. Yeah. So the question was, do we have a portal where all the scans that anybody has ever created is there? No, we don't. I mean, there'd be thousands of scans, and quite frankly, what are you going to do? I mean, most people don't name their scans either. But anyway, no. The bottom line is no. I mean, I'm sharing my layouts. I know you were with Chris. He shares his layouts. Steve's got his, Andy's got his. The only other thing you can take a look at, though, is these were created a long time ago. So if you click on an alert window, okay, click on an alert window and click on configure, and then you see where it says strategies. These are a lot of strategies that were created. Strategies, scans. I call them scans. Okay, so if you click on the plus sign, you'll see here a bunch of positive, like bullish strategies, and if you highlight one, you'll see what it's looking at. Okay, so these are some you can take a look at also. And of course, you can make the adjustments. You want different price ranges or volumes, things like that. So this is what you can do. And then those are the positive ones, and then the negative ones, the bearish strategies, are basically just the flip. So new daily highs turns into new daily lows, etc. Okay, so these are some strategies that were created a long, 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 long time ago. Again, I shouldn't call them strategies; they're scans. Okay, so again, if you just go to an alert window, right click, configure, and strategies, and then here they are. Okay, you are welcome. So, William, you said that NYCB is going to be changing its name, change its name to a subsidiary with a new symbol, and that's NYCB. 'So it will become FLG. Okay. Well, I'll put a price alert for FLG. It's not trading as FLG yet, obviously, but I'll put a price alert just see so I'll know when it starts trading. Not that I usually trade this one. Oops. I'm sure it'll be over $1 when it starts to trade. It better be. And we'll just put old NYCB. 1025. So that is a couple of weeks from now. Thank you, William. So the question is, what is the main difference between an alert window and a top list window? Okay, well, let me demonstrate. So an alert window is basically a real-time alert scan, okay? What you're looking for is your setup. So in this particular case, this is an alert window. And so you basically what we call an event. You set up the event, And you have to have a trigger, like a new high of the day, or one of the, they have a lot of different real-time alerts that we have. Okay. But basically, you're setting up a scenario that you want to see. So in this particular one, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three, etc. So all these filter values have to be met. And if a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what a scan or the alert window does. Okay. What a top list window does is, let's just say you just wanted to see the stocks that were up most today, as an example. As long as you have the column header, let me get rid of this. So as long as you have a column header that is, say, C%, which is a change from the close of yesterday, you can double left click on it. And now you can see the stocks that, with your parameters. Again, this is what I want to see, stocks between $1 and $50. So you can set up your own parameters, of course, and then you can basically sort on them, or sort as long as you have the column header. Okay. So in this case, VS is up 304%, but notice VS is nowhere near the high of the day. Okay, so if you were looking for an alert though for VS, maybe make a new 5-minute high, you'd have to get a scan like that. But this is still telling you it's up the most of all the stocks that meet your requirements. If I want to sort on the change from the open, it's opening trade of the day. CTCX up 133% as an example. So just look at the top list as being something you can rank. I want to find the stocks that have had the most relative volume today. Again, as long as I have the header up here, I can sort on it. Want to see the stocks that are at the high of the day, close to the high of the day? There's IDR. This is the position in the day's range. You can see it's almost right. It's at the high of the day. Okay, not bad. So that's the difference. That's the main. Well, that is the difference between a momentum, an alert window, where you set up a real-time alert versus just ranking, sorting stocks and ranking them. Okay. And again, why would you use a top list? Well, some people want to see. Well, I want to see the stocks that are up the most today. Okay, you can do that. Or I want to see the stocks that are down the most today. This is pretty good. This one, never saw this one at all. One of the reasons the relative volume is 2.95. So most of my scans are minimum of 3. Okay, learn. Makes sense. And then what the race does, it turns that top list into a race. Remember, all races start from a top list window. If I right click on the race and I open top list as one of the options, okay, and here it is. So there's the top list window, and so you can create your own top list window, and then you can right click and launch the real-time stock race based on your parameters, how long you want to run the race, and you can control it completely. This is just what I want to see. All right, guys. I remember when Steck was up about 800% earlier today in the pre-market. This was terrible. I had high hopes for this one. I thought, people looking for today's drug. I thought maybe this could be it, just because it had all the room and it was going crazy on the volume. Who cares about, I know it's a horrible company. I think they had some bad news, but for whatever reason, traders just popped this thing up in the pre-market. Yeah, backtesting only works on alert windows only because you have to have an event. You have to have a trigger. Okay. Like I was saying, you were asked before about backtesting. Well, these are all real-time alerts. You need a real-time alert as a trigger to backtest. Okay. Okay, guys, it's 1:54. So typically what I do around this time is I'll put myself on mute. I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question. So if you have a question, for sure answer. Just give my throat a little bit of a rest, but don't worry. If you have a question, I'll come back on. And if I have something I want to say, I'll come back on, of course. Okay, so I'm muting myself now, but again, yeah, I'll share the trade ideas. You're talking about the link to the main room, okay? Go to my homepage, okay? Go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and when you do that, at the very top is the trading room, okay? That's how you get into what I call the main room. A lot more action in it, okay? A lot more traders in there and tossing around ideas. Nothing wrong with staying in YouTube, but if you're looking for a little more action, come into the trading room. And so for those of you who are in YouTube, I have to shut down YouTube at 2:30 Eastern at all, that link, but you can always come into the main room. The main room will be open till 4. There's nobody talking and there's no screen sharing, but there's still, activity. Interesting with interactive brokers, not available for short sale. Not only it's not a matter of, well, we can maybe try to find some where you don't often get the big red dot. And it's probably a good thing. Boy, United Airline, this was an awesome one all day, guys. I'm very surprised. Usually I don't find that the airlines can hold their gains, but boy, look at United Airline all day long. It's an earnings play. Okay, now I'll put myself back on mute. All right, guys. This one saw that we saw this one earlier, and this one just got halted. VSME just ripped here. Look at the volume that came in. 230,000 on this, and it just got halted. VSME just got halted. And where could it open? Ha! You wish. So I mean, this 15, forget that, or 40, 165 or $420. Imagine that. I have to admit, I've never seen that before, but now it'll drift down to reality. Well, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, time and sales from Interactive Brokers is blue screen. You see nothing to do with trade ideas. Here's your halt, 165. That is it. You can't see the symbol, but it is VSME. And this column is supposed to give you a bit of an idea of where it could open. Obviously, there's no way it's going to open at $40. Now, if that continues like this, it'll be a longer than a 5-minute halt. Even if 15, because it's not going to open at 15. Hey, back on mute. No, they're not entry signals. They're just telling you the candle in which the alert happened. Okay, Pedro. He's just telling you the alert. The because you'll see in a 5-minute. Well, let me get back to something that happened earlier as an example. You'll see what I mean. 12:39. Okay. So notice I clicked on SABS at 12:39. We had an alert at 270. It's probably hard to see, but there's a blue arrow on that 5-minute chart. That's just telling me where the alert happened. On the 15-minute chart, it's here. It's not entry. It's just telling you that's where the alert happened. And it depends what time frame you're using. On a 15-minute and a 5-minute. Okay, so it's not telling you that's where you should enter. It's just telling you that's where the alert happened. Okay. Because remember, just because I get an alert doesn't mean I take the trade. You get a lot of alerts all day long. You are welcome. Speaking of SABs, all right, guys. Well, drug is starting to warm up a little bit again. It held 30. That was I think, kind of key, holding 30. At least it seems to want to hold 30. Okay, guys, I'll mute myself again, but I like the questions. Great, great questions. Wow. Are you kidding me, Poe? That went all the way up to, well, somebody asked, could it be a late day runner? But it didn't come close to taking out the high of the day. But wow, good for you. Really good for you. That's a great one. How do we get this IB window for resumption? I'm using, no, no, it's just part of the, well, I'm assuming it's called SLB. So learn. Oh, you're okay. You were learning YouTube. You're learn here. So if you've got IB, just in the search, type in SLB. Okay. When you do that, oh no, no, I'm sorry. This is time and sales. Excuse me. This is time and sales. So just type in time and sales or find time and sales. It's a pretty common one. Okay. And when a stock is halted, this halts. Okay. It's just time and sales. That's a pretty simple one to find. Oh, I see. You're not using IB. You have an account. Well, yeah, you won't get real time data then. I mean, you have to have real time data. Okay. Not much. Let me see if I can bring it up. Remember, this is just in test, Edgard. Okay. It's just in test. I see if I can bring it up. It may tax my machine. That's the only thing. But let me see if I can bring it up. Okay, just give me a moment. Sorry, I know as I'm mute. When I load a version of Trade Ideas, my computer really starts to slow down. So I can't really show both. Okay. But again, the idea is that you can create your own top list, I guess, or take the one that they've got. And at the very beginning, it'll take the top three and it'll take those trades automatically. And then when a stock drops out of the top three, it sells it and a new one comes in and it takes that trade automatically. Okay. Now we can't do that yet. We can't even practice. We can't even do it in the simulator. I'm waiting for that to happen. Then I can actually get the simulator up and running. And and see what can happen. But we can't do it yet because the tech, like our developers are still trying to, you know, how do you take these stocks that are in essence in a top list, and how do you take them automatically? And then when one drops out, automatically sell it, and then one comes in, automatically take the trade. Okay, so that's what they're working on, all of that. And then once we get it working in the simulator, then we will we'll create a company account and we will test it in the simulator in with real money and just see how it works. Because of course in the simulator you've got no slippage, you've got nothing, and then we see how it works. Okay. So while it might look awesome, the way it's being displayed right now, it may not be real world. We really like, is that going to be what's going to happen in the real world? Well, NNE guys, Jacques, north by northeast, just made another new high here. And yeah, based on what time frame? What do you mean, learn? You mean what I was just demonstrating? It's not based on any time frame. It's if a stock makes a high, if a stock makes a high, well, it could be a 30-minute high, it could be a 5-minute high, it could be it depends. It'll be up to you, and we'll have to test all those. It honestly doesn't matter what it's based on right now because it has to be tested to see if it actually can work. Did you get back in and get out? Wow. Oh man, no kidding. Look at that crazy action, 8:30 and then pop right back up. And it's probably not going to be, I mean, if it tests okay, it's not going to be ready until the new year. And it's not going to be for everybody. I mean, when I say for everybody, first of all, you're going to have probably at least $30,000 in your account, and you're going to have to be using Alpaca because it has to be used. It'll be auto traded, and you have to have a broker that has no commissions, which is Alpaca. So this is not going to be for everybody. I won't even be able to use it even if I wanted to because, as far as I know, Alpaca is not available in Canada. Maybe it'll come, but I don't know if I would really want to do it. Well, there's drug coming. Okay, guys, drug is a little bit of a move now. All right, guys, 2:15. So I've got another 15 minutes, and I really have to leave right at Alpaca. Okay, you'll see it here. You'll see it right here. One of the brokers. Okay, Alpaca Live. Okay. The problem with IB, Interactive Brokers, is that they charge a commission, half a cent a share. Okay, on the version that you would have to have. So we need a broker that doesn't charge anything, which is Alpaca. But you can obviously see it all depends. I mean, how good are the fills? I mean, how much slippage is there? We have to really test it. Okay, drug. The problem with E-Trade though, William, as you know, is that these fills are really kind of sketchy sometimes. That's why they haven't they're not talking about E-Trade doing this, especially early on in the day. Well, only that one, KC. Okay, not anything else. I don't automate anything, but that one is a very special case, obviously. Okay, then the connectivity then is the problem. So unless you can have the connectivity that is ironclad, I think that's why they're not talking about E-Trade at all with the money machine. Nope, not Thinkorswim. No, it's not that we don't want to link with every broker, but it's the API issue. And we used to link with Ameritrade, TD Ameritrade, or something a long time ago, and then they changed their their API, and they basically say we don't care. So, boy, this drug is trying to ramp up a little bit here, guys. I like the way it was holding 30. Yep, you got that right, Grumpy. When you're lucky, you only lost 50. Well, making higher lows. All right, guys. 2:20. I've got 10 minutes, and I mean 10 minutes. Okay. So if you've got a question, please ask now. I really, really have to go at 2:30. Come on, Grumpy. Shake some money out of your wallet and take this one. No, that's not true, Grumpy. I don't wish anybody to lose more money. No, man, man, man. Let's keep putting these price alerts. You're welcome, Casey. Dare I say it? No, I won't say it. I'll whisper it. Some band named Sunshine. Sorry. I'm sorry. If you're asking me to short Tesla, well, if I can't make any recommendation like that. Okay, it's up to you. I mean, I don't know. Short Tesla is, obviously had a bad week last week when the robo taxi event didn't go, I guess, as well investors wanted or the market wanted. So I don't know what you're asking. Should you short Tesla now? I don't trade Tesla at all. So I mean, from here, the best I can see about this one right now is that, if it took this out, this 224 out here, somebody asked yesterday about it, but it's sort of stuck in a bit of a range right now, isn't it? You can see how it could kind of get going if it takes out yesterday's high, but that has to be. I can't tell you to short. Yeah, no kidding, no kidding. Look at this market. Okay, so for YouTubers, I'm going to put the my homepage in again, and then you can click on it, and you can go to where you see trading room if you want. If you want to still talk trading, okay, there will be people in the room until 4 o'clock. The other room, the main room, as I call it. Okay, so click on my homepage link and where you see the trading room right up here, that's what you want. Okay, that's what you want. Click on that, and that'll get you into the trading room. Okay, guys, I think I'll actually wrap this up right now. Okay, what's the real reason? Well, I mean, they had some news today. So the question was, why is drug on an upswing? I don't think we saw this news yesterday. Okay, even though it had the big jump, but it did have some news. Take it for what you will. I mean, demonstrated similar efficacy to morphine in preclinical pain models. Okay, that is some news they pumped out today. Okay, I don't think we saw this yesterday, though. Probably some might have known about it, hint, hint. But I don't think we saw this news yesterday. Okay, Noelani? Okay, thank you, Penny. Yeah, that news did not, we could not find that news yesterday anywhere regarding drug. It was just one of those crazy ones that just kept going. We kept looking for something, but okay, they came out with something today. Okay, guys, I don't see any other. Well, look at ATNF now, Paul. Boy, you were excellent at timing it today. Wow, nicely done. Okay, guys, so I am okay, guys. I've got to take off now. Okay, so thanks for all the help all day long. YouTubers, I must shut you down now. I put the link for my homepage. If you want to go into the main room, you can just click on my homepage link and click on the trading room tab, okay, or the trading room section. You'll see it in the at the top. So I have to shut you guys down now. And I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time.